Thank you very much for the lurk, Gene. Hope you are having a fantastic existence. And it looks like I forgot to mute one of my tabs. Oops, Daisy. Looks like my VStream tab was not muted. Silly me. Got ourselves some double audio there. Ooh, you got some ramen? That's what's up. Nom nom. Good food is good. Okay, make sure we've got everything set up. Start setting things up.
セーラ助けて。
I tried to stop myself from crying. What the hell had been going on this whole week? Why was all this happening to me? That's not what I wanted. Come here. Phone. Phone, if you don't stop being weird, I swear to God. Oh, wait, there is no God. I can't swear to him, can I? Okay, thank you. Wait a second. Say Shogun had gotten a photo of me from somewhere and used it to put me into this Guro photo. That would mean they had either taken the photo of me themselves well before the murder, or gotten a photo of me from some other place. Given that they had come into the chat room out of nowhere and started talking as soon as Grimm left, they were after me from the start. Maybe Shogun knew who I was then. If he did, there was no telling when he or the demon girl would attack the base, and then they would kidnap me. I felt the prickling on the back of my neck. That gaze again. I was being watched by someone. Don't look at me.
Moria said, "Good afternoon, Unicorn Turtle. Hope you're having a good day so far."
Welcome to the stream, Mora. I hope you're also having a fantastic existence. I am having a good day so far. Thank you for asking. I refuse to look behind me. Time for the I'm not turning around so easily game. I was shaking with terror. I wanted to go check the lock on the door, but if I looked around, I would lose. I stubbornly stared at the monitor instead. To calm myself, I opened up a word processor program and typed the thoughts that came to me. Demon Girl is the murderer, can see the future. Shogun is working for the Demon Girl, and Yua is working for Shogun. As I stared, quivering, at the word demon, I started to wonder if the girl I had seen at the murder scene really was one. Yeah, she wasn't human. That had to be it. Maybe that's how she was able to see the future. Her demon powers would let her create a photo of what was going to happen. That would explain how she could do that terrible crucified murder all by herself, too. And it would explain why she would do a crucified murder in the first place, because demons love making mock of stuff like crucifixion. So there's that too. I'm not saying she is a demon, but theoretically, if she was. And Shogun worked for her. They knew I was going to witness the crime by accident, so they sent me the image in advance. I didn't know why. Maybe it was a threat. If you tell anyone, this is what will happen to you next. Or maybe it was a warning, a death sentence telling me that I would be next. If that was the case,
勝てるわけがない。僕は奴らにいつ殺されてもおかしくないんだ。
Yua Kusunoki was staring at the computer in her room. She had a serious look on her face, and she was quickly reading through the information on her screen. Eventually, she let out a small sigh and took her hand off the mouse, before looking over at the piece of paper in front of her. It was a printout of the chat log between Shogun and Nightheart, the same as the one she had shown Takumi Nishijo yesterday.
西条くん
She whispered his name. Images of him sitting alone on the bench in Shoto Park came back to her. She shook her head as, as if trying to drive them away. And then suddenly she gasped and turned around.
今誰かに見られていたような。
Her own gaze was locked on the big Garo Froggy plush that lay on her bed. It must have been her imagination, she decided. She stood up, walked over to the bed, and fell onto it face first. The sheets smelled like a sunny day. Her mom must have dried them outside this afternoon. As she buried her face in the pleasant scent, she looked around the room. Her room was kept neat and clean, a sign of her slightly obsessive personality. The largest object in the room was a huge bookshelf, packed tight from corner to corner with books. But what made it kind of cute was the bottom was stuffed with complicated technical and computer books, but the top was filled with shoujo, manga, and anime DVDs. She let out another sigh and looked up at the ceiling.
DID.
Dissociative identity disorder. Dissociative identity disorder, also known as multiple personalities, a state where one person has multiple different personalities inside them. Here, personality is defined as a continuous state of being aware of oneself and one's surroundings, with the ability to think and act. In other words, humans construct a self by being aware of continuous time and the consistency of their actions and surroundings. People with this disorder switch personalities without warning, with psychological, social stress, and environmental factors commonly serving as triggers. A characteristic of the disorder is that sufferers are rarely aware of the memories created when another personality was in charge. The disorder manifests at an early age, but is sometimes not discovered clinically. Once it occurs, it often becomes chronic, and childhood abuse or trauma are often seen in advance of developing the disorder. The term multiple personality disorder is an older term used in the 1980 DSM-3, the Diagnostic and Statistic Manual of Mental Disorders, produced by the American Psychiatric Association. The 1994 DM-4 version, as well as later editions, do not use the term. She whispered the name of the mental health condition she had been researching. She had an explanation of it pulled up on the monitor.
辛いんですね。
She gave the stuffed Garo Froggy on her lap a tight squeeze and thought about Takumi.
でも、私、
And then her expression went blank. She gritted her teeth hard. It hurt to breathe. All I was doing was looking up some stuff on the computer, but all I could feel in my heart pounding far faster than normal. The sensation that something was watching me just wouldn't go away. I was still restraining the urge to turn around, but I wouldn't be able to do it much longer.
なんなんだよお前はコソコソしやがって。
I yelled at the something. Was the something the demon girl? No way, right? Was she watching me with some kind of demonic psychic power, like clairvoyance? Clairvoyance, also called far-seeing, the ability to see what's happening in a location where you aren't physically present. A clairvoyant person can see things that would normally be impossible to observe, either due to distance, the viewing angle, or the presence of obstructions. The prickling on my neck only got more intense. It was turning into a sensation like a faint electric shock. I was starting to sweat hard. My t-shirt was soaked.
くそ
Finally, I gave in and turned around, but all I saw was my room. Nothing unusual at all.
なんでいないんだよ誰なんだ
I let out a scream, then stood up to make sure the door was locked. When I saw that it was, I felt a little better. I wiped the sweat off my brow with the bottom of my shirt. Then I went back to my PC and stared at the monitor again. I had been reading up about how psychics could supposedly see the future. When I was a kid, I was absolutely sure that powers like that existed. To be honest, I still kind of believed it. That was the reason I had immediately thought that the image the demon girl and Shogun had sent was from the future, and why I had felt that I had to look it up. Maybe there were psychics who could see the future everywhere, and I just didn't know it. I had done something kind of similar when I was a kid with a bus accident, so I couldn't be sure it was impossible, right? But the more I looked into it, though, the more it all seemed like a bunch of bullshit. Either occult stuff or magic tricks. There wasn't any scientific proof that they existed, but there was no proof that they didn't exist either.
一つぐらいあってもいいだろ
I got even more annoyed and slammed my fingers down on the keys. The fact that everything was so vague made me feel scared and uneasy. Was I supposed to just keep waiting, spending every day in fear of a demon who might not ever come? My mind couldn't handle that. Of course, what I wanted was proof that it was impossible to see the future. But either way, I wanted a solid answer. My last hope was at Chan's occult board. That place was filled with useless trash, lies, and fakes. But sometimes there was amazing info just lying there. I opened the page for @channel, trying to stay calm. I went to the occult board and ran a search for future sight. And then
Huh?
there were a surprising number of hits. About 30, actually. Was it a popular topic on @chan these days? Yashi. Net slang for guy or dude. The Japanese word for guy is yasu, a word which sounds very similar to yashi. Wordplay of the sort was extremely popular in mid-2000s net culture, and so using yashi for yasu was a popular online. The original meaning of the word yashi is a traveling merchant that appears at festivals or roadside events. I gulped and looked at the threads one by one.
ファンタズム FES
Most of the threads contained the terms phantasm or FES. I also saw the term Nugent a lot, and there was something about prophetic lyrics and murders, too. I searched and found out that Phantasm was a four-person goth punk band based in Shibuya. They were popular on the indie music scene, and their female vocalist used the stage name FES. I decided to see what that band had to do with seeing the future. The top thread was titled Prophecy, Future Sight. Phantasm General, New Gen 43. I decided to read it. Mochizuki, guys, what you need to do is get your ass to Sunday's concert. Experience every moment of FES's Black Mass. Otherwise, you'll get crucified yourself. I read the lyrics and I gotta say, they didn't do it for me. They're so vague you can't even call them a prophecy. Please don't crucify me, Kay. Thanks. Future Sight, you guys are making shit up. She's a vocalist, not freaking Nostradamus. Just enjoy the music. I like FES's lyrics. Black Mass, a ceremony held by Satan worshippers, sometimes also called a Sabbat. At a Black Mass, everything is done in the opposite manner of a normal Catholic Mass. When the Mass begins, Satan himself appears in the form of a huge goat. The witches proceed to kiss the goat's buttocks, drink wine mixed with the blood of babies, read from dark grimoires, and indulge in acts of sexual depravity. One theory says that sexually repressed priests and theologians invented the concept as a delusion in order to persecute heretics, which is obviously silly because priests have choir boys to. I shouldn't go there. I should not go there. Anyway, they're so new gen. You guys are talking about FES and ignoring RYO, the composer. Poor guy. FES Tan. Your lyrics taught me the meaning of life. You FES believers are weird. Good point. You know what I would like, though? Believer. Someone who believes in someone something. Believers in late 2000s Japanese internet culture referred to anyone who is a hardcore fan of something, often a game or an anime character. Is to have FES call me a dirty pig in that cold, quiet voice of hers while she digs her boot heel into my ass and makes me feel so much pain my eyes pop out of my head. I want to get off while she spits in my face and then slits my throat with a knife and tells me I don't deserve to live. The internet. They are doing it true to form. That's the internet. FES Tan is my wife. There's a special thread for you freaks. Also, FES is my wife. Don't bump this thread, shitface. This is what you mean by the new Jin prophecy? Followers guided by the light of the moon, a path of illusions that leads to this place. The shouts soon turn to silence, feeling peace as you fall, two hands clasping in the wind. I'm anti-phantasm, by the way. Their fans are scary. It's like they're all brainwashed or something. Brainwashing, forcibly altering a person's beliefs or ideology via violent methods. This violence can take forms both physical, imprisonment, threats, drugs, and mental, making the person feel guilty, verbal violence. Brainwashing is a more powerful method of changing someone's personality than mind control. Her fans are going to murder you in your sleep, dumbass. Don't share the lyrics, idiot. Read the room, dumbass Jew. The lyrics were, well, you could interpret them as referring to the group Dive, depending on how you looked at it. The lyrics had been published 2 months ago. In other words, they weren't written after the group died.
これが予知ってこと？
Wasn't it just a coincidence? Or was Phantom working with the demon girl too? I read more of the log and found that all three of the Nugent cases had been prophesied by the lyrics. Atchan didn't have lyrics for the pregnant man and crucified cases, though. There seemed to be some kind of thing where you weren't supposed to upload them to the internet. If you really wanted to know what they were, you had to go to a concert and buy the album. Either way, there were any number of discussions online trying to predict the outcome of the next new Jin murder based on Phantasm's lyrics. So does she have a new set of lyrics out? Does she have a fourth song that we need to hear? Their album, published on an indie label, had been selling extremely well after the New Gen incident started. Some observers in the media had not noticed, and Phantasm now appeared sometimes in articles about the cult hit with the Shibuya youth. FES was the one who wrote the lyrics. He pronounced it like the first half of festival. Okay, so I'm saying her name wrong. Gomen. Fess. Her real name wasn't known. Maybe she was the demon girl. If she was, then that would explain how she was able to predict the murders months in advance. She was the one who had carried them out, after all. I did an image search, but couldn't find a picture of her face. All the photos from concerts were taken with crappy cell phone cameras. They were too blurry to get a good look at her.
くそ。
I wiped the sweat from my brow with my t-shirt again. Frustration, fear, a desire to believe nothing, a desire to see nothing. All these feelings came together and made it hard to breathe. I was still panting. I needed to see Fess's face. With trembling hands on the keyboard, I went to Phantasm's official site. It was a simple design with a black background. The font was a blood red crimson with a terrifying, ominous feel to it. The site itself had very little in the way of information, just a simple concert schedule and a discography. There were no profiles of the band members and no lyrics.
やっぱり犯人だけあってネットに顔写真が流出しないようにしてるのか。
She was clever. A look at their schedule showed me that they seemed to do concerts every 2 weeks. The next one was,
あさって。
if I went, I would be able to see if Fess was the Great Demon Girl. But what good would that do? Was I going to turn her over to the police? Beg her to leave me alone? Could I take a cross and try to exorcise her? Not a chance. I couldn't do any of those things. She was a demon. A creepy otaku like me couldn't be her. And if I lost, I would die. My corpse would become another disgusting piece of art, and photos of it would be uploaded to a new gen aggregator site.
そんなのやだ。
No, but if I didn't go, I wouldn't know why I was in the image that Shogun had sent me. And maybe if Fess wasn't working with the demon girl, I could ask her for help.
だけどやっぱり無理だ。ライブなんて行けるわけがない。
I had never been to one in my entire life, especially in a concert hall that was cramped and dark and loud and filled with people. Just imagining it made me want to vomit. I didn't know what to do. The prickling on my neck was still there. It had gone from a tingling numbness to a burning pain, and when I looked behind me, of course, nobody was there.
もうやめてよ。
I closed my eyes and waited for the gaze to go away. I refused to have this sensation following me for the rest of my life. Someday, it might get strong enough to actually kill me.
考えろ、匠。僕にできることを考えろ。
I hid myself behind a lamppost and stared at a club called Gigantes. In the end, I had spent the whole day thinking and worrying about it before finally deciding to go. Gigantes was in a distinctive red brick building near the Shibuya train tracks. Its exterior was lit up in a way that made it feel old, like something that would have been popular in the 70s or 80s. I had no idea that there was still a place like this in Shibuya. It was just 5 minutes from the station, but there were barely any people around. Sometimes I could hear a train passing above. Vibrations from the loud noise would shake the lamppost I was hiding behind. Until a moment ago, there had been a lot of people out front, wearing outfits that could be easily mistaken for cosplay. Well, maybe not a lot of them. It was surprising how relatively few of them there were. For all that talk on the internet about Phantasm, there were probably only 100 or so people here. They were all inside now. The concert had started. The sound didn't reach the outside though, so it was still dead quiet. The nervous sensation in my heart that had started yesterday had only gotten worse when I arrived here. It hurt so much to breathe that I was beginning to wonder if I had some kind of heart disease. No, the reason was much simpler than that. It was dark around here. The demon girl or her servants could be lurking anywhere. I was desperately scanning the area around me, looking for anyone who might be about to jump me. Being there made me feel as tense as being in the Wands Volcano Labyrinth in ESO. The Wands Volcanic Labyrinth was full of overpowered enemies, and the area itself was filled with lava. The slightest touch of lava meant instant death. How many times had I died in that zone? I wiped the sweat off my forehead with a hand towel and gulped. The door at the top of the stairs to Gigantes was opened, and, for a moment, I could hear the sound of drums being violently pounded on. A boy came out the door. He ran down the stairs and over to me.
Yo, Taku. 待ったか?
I was the one who had invited him to this concert. I didn't know his cell number, so I had been forced to go to school that day and talk to him. I don't think I could have gotten to Gigantes without him. And even if I had, if the demon girl was inside, it would be game over the minute I opened the door. That's why I had enlisted him as a scout. It felt like I was using him, and I did feel a little guilty. Not that I said anything to him about it, of course. The only ones I could ask were him and Nanami. I opted for the one who would be less obnoxious, which meant Misumi. I would pay for his ticket. In other words, I would be basically hiring him for 1,000 yen.
ほらよ、これ CD な。俺自分の分も買っちまったよ。
He handed me a copy of Phantasm's album. They were going for a huge premium online, but I had read on Atchan that you could buy one at a concert. So I had decided to have Misumi get one for me. Now half my goal was accomplished. The other half was...
いやー、予想以上にいいな、ファンタズムって。
He had just left the concert hall and seemed a little excited.
俺、あんまミーハーになりたくなかったんで聞こうとしなかったんだけどよ。今日ちょっと生で聞いただけでファンになっちまった。
The other thing I had asked him to do was describe the band members for me. They had all come out as soon as the concert began, so all he had needed to do was take a quick look and report back to me. But I hadn't seen him for 5 whole minutes after the concert had started. It seemed like the reason for that was him deciding to listen to their first song.
特にボーカル、ありゃマジでいい女だぜ。お前、女見る目あるな。
Yeah, Misumi was only ever going to think about things with his little head. So much for not liking what's popular.
どんな人だった？
ああ、そっか。報告な。なんか探偵みてえで面白いな。そう思わね
He grinned and began to describe Fess to me.
髪型はショートカットだった。
え？
That didn't match the demon girl at all. Did that mean Fess wasn't the demon girl then? No. Wait. It was too soon to be sure. You could always cut your hair or add extensions if you wanted. She might have been in disguise when I had run into her at the murder scene. Extensions. Hair extensions. A type of wig that lengthens a person's hair. Primarily used by women for fashion purposes. Occasionally bald old men.
スタイルがすっげえ良くて、あと背が高かったな。ありゃ俺と同じぐらいはあるんじゃねえの？
背が？
About Misumi's height. Misumi's height wasn't much different from mine, so Fess was about 170 centimeters tall. Pretty tall for a girl. But when I had run into the demon girl, she hadn't seemed especially tall to me. My memories weren't really that clear, but she had seemed to be shorter than I was. Another thing that didn't match.
他には？
そうだな。アンニュイな雰囲気してたな。声はクールってイメージかな。結構ボソボソと喋るタイプだった。胸のサイズはまあまあ。でもゴスパンの服は妙な色気があったぜ。ああいうのもありだな。断然あり。
It was no good. Just hearing someone else describe her wasn't going to be good enough. I had only gotten a quick glance at the demon girl anyway. I don't think I could have described her even if you asked me to. Maybe this whole plan was a waste of time.
っていうかよ、そんなにフェスに興味あるなら自分の目で見ればいいじゃねえか。ほら、行こうぜ。
え？
Misumi pushed me up the stairs of Gigantis. I tried to resist, but he was stronger than me, and I couldn't escape.
見たいんだろう、フェスの顔を。素直になるって。浮気ってのは男の差がだよな。たくも大人になったもんだぜ。
は？
この前一緒に帰ってたメガネの子のことは今夜だけは気にすんなって。俺も田中のことは忘れるからよ。
What was he talking about? I tried to resist, but I realized it was too late. We were already at the top of the stairs. It was only a single floor off the ground, but if I struggled here and slipped, a fall would hurt bad. The thought made me stop struggling. When I stopped resisting, Misumi shoved me through the door and into the concert hall. When I went inside, my ears were assaulted with a wave of sound. I had never experienced anything this loud. I could feel it shaking the bottom of my stomach, and the vibrations felt like they threatened to tear me apart. There weren't any seats. Everyone was standing. The audience rocked their bodies in time with the rhythm, and I could hear the cries of Fess, Fess, in time with the music. Their movements weren't as coordinated as the otage you saw at idol concerts, but they were still really impressive. Otage. Special calls or dance moves performed by some fans at idol concerts and other otaku-oriented events. Some of these performances are incredibly elaborate, and each of the movements is given a name. If you're ever lucky enough to see a row of fans doing an otage in perfect harmony, it's a sight you'll never forget. The intensity was incredible. I felt like I was about to throw up from the heat of so many bodies. I was an otaku, but not an idol or voice actress otaku. So, to be honest, I didn't like concerts like this. The one saving grace was that nobody was looking at me, but I couldn't deny that I was terribly out of place here. There were so many people that I couldn't get a clear look at the stage. The most I could make out were the silhouettes of 4 people standing under bright stage lights. As I stood there, overwhelmed, Misumi handed me a plastic cup with some soda in it. He must have paid for my ticket. I would have to pay him back later. And then the song ended. A wave of cheers and applause went up from the audience. Finally, everyone lowered their raised fists. I had a clear view of the stage. I could get a clear look at the short-haired girl up there. She definitely wasn't the demon girl.
今日はいつもより調子いいわ。声がクリアに聞こえる。世界がとても澄んでいる。
Her voice, picked up by the amplifier and coming through the speakers, was nothing like the demon girl's either. Fess had, as Misumi said, a sense of ennui about her. She didn't seem boyish, despite her short hair. She had a strange aura that was simultaneously cute and seductive, but also aloof. The accessories on her body reflected in the lights and gleamed silver, giving her a strange, unearthly look, like something from a fairy tale. I could understand why she was so popular on 8chan. You would expect a singer like her to be loud and passionate, or so I assumed, but Fess was calm as she spoke into the mic. It was the complete opposite of the excitement of the crowd. Maybe that was just her personality. But the audience knew better than to shout over her. There was silence as she spoke, and everyone listened.
呼吸と性の門が閉じているからかもしれない。
Cocytus, one of the 2 rivers found at the entrance to the underworld in Greek mythology. Its name means the River of Wailing. The dead cross this river to enter the underworld. What did she say? Cocytus? What language was that?
世界の均衡は大いなる意志が生まれてから数千年間保たれていた。でも今それは崩れつつある。とても不安定。だから私は歌うわ。君たちのカオスを受け入れてあげる。
Now I understood. She was speaking in character. It was a goth punk thing. Maybe she was trying to say stuff that sounded ominous. Even if you didn't know what it meant, it would make her seem kind of mystical and help her connect better with her fans. In fact, Fess was holding something strange in her hand. In her left hand was a normal mic, but in her right was a strange mic stand that looked like some kind of sword. It had a strange form with flowing curves that felt alien and dangerous, and it looked so sharp that even touching it might threaten to sever a finger. It was huge, just as big as she was. The glass embedded in the stand glowed with a strange, pale light. I wasn't sure if it was even a mic stand, but it was a perfect prop to help define her character. I found myself strangely unable to take my eyes off of it. Fess raised the huge mic stand above her head, and with an underhand grip, She swung it in an arc in front of her. The pale light of the glass made a half circle in the air. That was really dangerous. What if it hit someone? Maybe it wasn't a mic stand, but a sword. And maybe, like, she would cut off the head of a member of the audience each night in order to offer up their still warm blood to the demon girl. That would make this whole concert a black mass, led by witches. I began to shiver. Maybe it would be better to just leave now.
次は3曲目。密教の首飾り。
Another huge cheer went up from the audience. The members of the band all began to move at once, and a flood of sound hit my ears again. It felt like it was going to destroy my eardrums. How did they all keep from going deaf? I looked to my side, and Misumi was having a great time, raising his fist to the rhythm along with the rest of the audience. The intro ended and Fess began to sing, and the lyrics made me freeze. This was the prophetic song that I had seen on At-chan. It was a dark song, without a glimmer of hope to be found in it. Maybe it was partially the lyrics, too, but the melody felt almost religious. As the song progressed, the crowd's cheers faded, and before long, they were silent. All of them were listening intently, however, and some of them even seemed to be gazing at Fess in a kind of ecstasy. There was certainly something in her voice that drew to her. Even as I fought against my fear of the crowd and the urge to vomit, I was listening to make sure I heard her sing. Somehow, the temperature of the room seemed to drop to below freezing in an instant. The song ended. Fess looked down, her body swaying from side to side, immersing herself in the last seconds of the song. Then she suddenly raised her head, and without any doubt or hesitation, looked right at me. I don't mean our eyes met for a moment, or that she was looking in my direction. She was clearly looking straight at me, staring as if trying to see all she could, as if trying to see who I was, as if trying to see into my heart. Her gaze was so powerful, and for some reason, kind of sad. The next thing I knew, I had run outside. I ran down the stairs outside Uganda's and crouched down at the very bottom step. I tried to catch my breath, but it wasn't working. I knew I shouldn't have gone in there. My heart was pounding super fast. My whole body was drenched with sweat.
おい、どうしたんだよタク。いきなり飛び出して。
Misumi caught up to me. He sounded annoyed.
もう出ちまうのかよ。これからさらに盛り上がりそうだったのに。で、どうだよ、フェスは。可愛かったろ。
I shook my head without looking up. I didn't care if she was cute or not. Sure, she was, but I wasn't into 3D girls. What mattered was those lyrics. I couldn't hear them all, but that song had to be talking about the new Jin murders. Of course, I couldn't be 100% sure, but Fess knew something. I was sure of it. I had never figured out if she was a servant of the demon girl, though. The girl, stained red, turns round neath the full moon, and she had looked at me. That wasn't a delusion, and I wasn't mistaken about what I had seen. Fess was clearly looking straight at me. What did the emotions I had seen in her eyes mean? Why did she look so sad? I didn't understand. The logical thing to do would be to just ask Fess herself, but that was impossible for me. I couldn't go back or talk to Fess directly. I wasn't capable of it.
もう二度と来るもんか。
I forced the words out of my mouth, wiping sweat off my forehead. The first thing I did after coming home from the Phantasm concert was boot up the ESO. There was a half-eaten bag of chips next to my computer. They were stale, but I didn't mind. They were actually pretty good this way. ESO was my life. It was a place where I could feel at home, a place that would help me forget all the awful things that happened in reality. Inside ESO, I could forget all the bad things that happened. I ceased to be me and became Nightheart, free to travel as I wished in Baselard. But today, Nightheart wasn't doing so good. Of course, I knew it was my fault. The problem was with my own judgment and reaction times. But I was failing at things I could normally do easily. I was playing to make myself feel better, but I was just feeling worse.
なんだよこいつ。捨てるぞお前。
I knew it was my own fault, but I still yelled at Nightheart.
ああもうムカつく。
I tore at my hair and kicked the exposed metal plating that formed the wall of my room. After working out my anger, I sighed and leaned back into my chair. I stared at the monitor, only half paying attention to what was on the screen. Nightheart was no longer under my control. He was standing at the entrance of Shane Grill City, facing in a random direction with his back turned to me, not moving an inch. I always fought the enemies like this, with his back to me. Nightheart's experience points were maxed out, of course.
僕の経験値っていくつなんだろう。
Had the person named Takumi Nishijo grown at all since I had started ESO? No, since I had even been born. If I had, why was it so hard to talk to people? Why was I living a life that was one step away from being a total hikikomori? If I didn't log in for a few weeks, would Nightheart become a hikikomori too? For some reason, as I looked at Nightheart's back, I remembered those words. I started to wonder what Nightheart did when I wasn't controlling him. I kept my hands off the keyboard for a while, eating my stale chips and watching him.
もしナイトハルトに自我があるとしたら。
He would be walking tall through the city of Shangri-La, head held high. He was a hero and everyone loved him.
ねえナイトハルト。僕はいつでもお前を見てるんだぞ。お前はそれに気づいてるの。
And then, even though I wasn't touching the keyboard, Nightheart's face suddenly turned around, even though the rest of him was still facing away. At least it kind of felt that way.
なんつって。
I watched the monitor for over an hour, but Nightheart didn't do anything but stand there. I'll tell it just as it happened. I went to school today, and then when it was over, I found myself buying a cell phone with my little sister. You might not understand what I'm talking about. I didn't understand when it happened to me either.
お兄何ブツブツ言ってんの？それよりほらこの機種はどうかって聞いてるんだけど。
God, I wanted to go home. How many times would I have to tell her that I didn't want a cell phone before it sunk in? When I got to school today, she had barged right into my classroom. Wow, look who actually came to school today, she had said, and then she had ordered me to come buy a phone with her. After school, I tried to escape before she could find me, but I had forgotten how fast she could be. She had easily found me, caught up to me, and dragged me to a shop in front of the station. I didn't want to go anywhere near the station. I never did. Every time I went, I felt like I would throw up any minute now. Nanami didn't know or care about how I felt, though. She was looking at all the different display models and muttering to herself. I couldn't understand why Nanami would care about what kind of phone I got.
これ色が結構可愛いじゃん。いいと思うな。
She asked my opinion, and I gave the obvious answer.
それっていい？
でもなお兄にはちょっと可愛すぎかも。似合わなさそう。
I told her I was fine with it, and she didn't listen. I had lost count of how many times I had told her I was okay with whatever model she wanted. She asked my opinion but didn't seem interested in listening to it. That was the problem with 3D women.
お兄大丈夫？やっぱり人の多さにやられちゃった？マクディで休もうか？
MacD's. You want me to go into a fast food chain that's full of DQNs? That would be even worse than this place. I furiously shook my head.
そっか。じゃあなるべく早めに決めるね。でもちょっと迷っちゃっててさ。
I sighed and decided to leave her behind so I could go home. She was staring intently at the rows of cell phones, which gave me an opportunity to slip away. I started to walk toward the 107 when I saw something so startling I came to a stop. What was that? On the other side of the huge crowd of people, on the steps to the 107 building, there was a girl who stood out from the rest. Was she holding a sword? Its colors and the way it looked reminded me of the mic stand that Vess had been holding during the concert. It was probably from the same product line, I assumed. It sure was a big sword, though. It might have been even longer than the one Vess had been holding. The girl with the sword was, surprisingly, wearing a Suime uniform. From this distance, I couldn't make out her face. Even though she was holding something so huge and attention-grabbing, she was standing there calmly as she looked down at the people below her. It must have taken a ton of courage to do that. I was really impressed. Seriously. Carrying a huge toy sword like that in the middle of Shibuya. Wasn't that incredibly embarrassing? That sword was probably an accessory for some new anime cosplay. Of course, I kept an eye on all the new anime that's coming out. Was there anything with a sword like that this season? Had I missed it? There was no way I would ever be able to carry something like that through the middle of Shibuya, but it was a really sweet sword. I kind of wanted one. I wondered if they were selling them in Akihabara. Maybe online?
鬼
I suddenly took a heavy elbow to the back. I almost crumpled to the ground in pain. I turned around to see Nanami looking at me, arms crossed in anger.
も
Stream
しかして
elements.
逃げようとした
Stay moist, my friends. Hydrate.
確かにナナが選ぶのに時間かけすぎたのは悪いと思うけどさ、だからってナナを置き去りにして逃げようとするなんてひどいよ。
I shook my head, or tried to anyway.
お兄のバカ、携帯の電磁波の浴びすぎで腎臓を悪くして死んじゃえ。
Electromagnetic waves, waves which contain both electric and magnetic properties, whose existence was predicted theoretically in 1864 by Maxwell. Mutual interaction between these two properties causes space itself to vibrate, radiating out like a wave. For this reason, it is also called electromagnetic radiation. Different frequencies of EM waves can become radio waves. Infrared rays, visible light, ultraviolet rays, X-rays, or gamma rays. As for the possibility that EM waves may harm the body, the World Health Organization has stated that there is no scientific evidence of a causal connection. This also means, however, that there is no scientific evidence establishing that there isn't a causal connection. What was she talking about?
一生懸命お兄のために選んであげてたナナがバカみたいじゃん。こうなったらもう適当に決める。お兄なんてナナと同じ機種で十分だよ。
I have a feeling you were probably going to go towards that anyways, if we're being honest, but okay. She grabbed me by the arm, hard.
本気で今日契約するんだからね。それまで絶対逃がさない。
わかったよ。話せよ。
分かったならさっさと来て。
I had no idea why this was such a big deal to her. She really was an annoying little sister. In the end, all that time she had spent picking a phone was totally wasted, as she just ended up getting me the same one she had. After an hour or so of signing contracts and filling out paperwork, I tried to take my phone and go, but Nanami stopped me.
ナナが初期設定してあげるからマクディやろ。
She ignored my protestations and grabbed me by the collar, dragging me to the nearest MacD's.
どうせお兄携帯持って帰っても電源入れずにほったらかしにするに決まってるんだから。ナナがちゃんと使えるようにしてあげる。
Damn it. She was really determined to make me miserable. Why did it have to be a MacD's? MacD's in Shibuya was hell. There would always be way too many people, and it would be incredibly loud with a DQN ratio off the charts. A group of 3 DQN-looking brown-haired mothers and their kids were sitting at the table next to me. Their kids, and all 3 were little brats with red streaks dyed in their hair, were running around the store screaming. Their mothers were simply ignoring them. At another table, 4 DQN-looking teenage boys were laughing loudly in their obnoxious voices. Two high school girls in loose socks were sitting across from each other, both staring at their phones. They weren't talking. Next to them, a middle-aged Sauri man was lying head down on a table, snoring. He was clearly skipping work. A table a little further away was even stranger. A group of 5 boys and girls in elementary school had set their backpacks on the ground and were dangling their legs as they happily chatted with one another. A group date? You're in elementary school and you're on a group date. It was people I wanted nothing to do with as far as the eye could see. It was amazing that Nanami could feel at home here. The sheer number of people were making my head hurt, and I felt like I was going to vomit. Why did I have to be here with my sister at a MacD's anyway?
ねえねえ、着信メロディーはどうする？なんか希望ある？
She wasn't even looking at me, just playing with my phone.
アニソン。
キャッカー。そんなだからお兄はオタクさんなんだよ。
You were the one who asked me. It's my phone anyway. Let me put what I want on it.
あ、そうだ。大村彼らの新曲にしたら？あれすっごくいい曲だよ。最近のナナのお気に入り。
それこそ却下だ。
うん、まあお兄に大村彼らは似合わないか。
She cruelly insulted her older brother as she bit into a French fry. She had ordered a fish sandwich combo, even though we hadn't had dinner yet. I had had to pay too. For my part, I felt too sick to even consider eating anything. It wasn't fair.
あ、そうそう。それとね。
For some reason, she pulled her bag up to her lap and began to look through it.
お、あったあった。
And then she took out
ゲロカエルンの不良品。
不良品じゃないよ。先週出たギョロリゲロカエルン。
は？
知らないんだ。やっぱ遅れてるな、お兄は。ゲロカエルンって毎週金曜日に新作が発売されてるんだよ。もう全部で12種類ぐらいあるんだから。
Really? Was there enough demand for a new one every week?
ナナが携帯につけてるのは最初に出た普通のゲロカエルンでしょ。で、次がデブッチョゲロカエルンで、その次がカクカクゲロカエルン。
She quickly ran off the names of the various Garo froggies.
第4弾がのっぺらゲロカエルンで、第5弾が輝くゲロカエルン。第6弾が一番人気があって猫ゲロカエルンっていうの。その後が幽霊ゲロカエルン、眠るゲロカエルン、燃えるゲロカエルン、ゾンビゲロカエルン、酔っ払いゲロカエルン。
Had she memorized them all? Wait a second, did that mean...
お前コンプリートしてるの？
もちろんだよ。全部集めなきゃ意味ないもん。毎週買うのに行列ができるんだからね。
For this lazy, sloppily made product? To be honest, I could probably have come up with a better design. Why has she started giving me a lecture about Garo Froggy anyway?
というわけで、このギョロリゲロカエルンあげる。
え、なんで？
このストラップを携帯につければ、少しは女子から「お、やるな」っていう目で見てもらえるから。
She began to attach it to my phone, despite my obvious disapproval.
コンプしなきゃ意味ないんだろ。僕がそれもらったらお前揃わないぞ。
心配しなくても大丈夫。2つ買ったもん。
毎回2つ買ってるのか？
I was really starting to worry about her sense of taste.
今回だけだよ。お兄の携帯用に余分に買ったの。
わざわざ。
わざわざ。
She finished attaching the strap and nodded, satisfied, before taking a sip of her drink. But then, suddenly, she gasped and leaned toward me.
別に並んだのはお兄のためじゃないよ。あくまでついでなんだから。
いらない。
は
Nanami leaned forward with wide eyes. She looked ready to leap across the table at me.
あ、いらないって。ナナがわざわざ買ってきてあげたのに。
ついでだったんだろ。っていうか僕ゲロカエルンとか興味ないし、むしろキモいし。
だからお兄は女子にモテないんだよ。
I thought she was going to slap me, but instead she calmly sat down and began to nibble on her fries.
でも抵抗しても無駄だからね。ギョロリゲロカエルンもうくっつけちゃったもん。
It was like she thought she was in control here. Well, I guess she was. I hated to admit it, but she knew way more about phones than me.
もし勝手に外したら毎週並んでもらうの刑だからね。
並ぶって何に？
決まってんじゃん。新作ゲロカエルンを買うための行列。2時間待ちとか普通だから。
Insane. Why did I have to be threatened by my own little sister? She kept fiddling with my phone for a while after that. It kept her quiet, so I preferred it this way.
なんだか変な気分だな。
The next time she spoke, her bad mood had disappeared. Maybe she was the type who didn't need to sleep on something unpleasant to forget about it. She could forget about it after just a few minutes. What an easygoing personality she had. In a way, I was jealous.
うん、やっぱ変だよ。お兄とこうして2人で出かけるのって久しぶりな気がするもん。いつ以来かな。よく思い出せないや。お兄はいっつも部屋にこもってアニメ見てるかゲームしてるかだもんね。ま、たまにはこういうのもいいかな、新鮮で。さすがに毎日はナナも嫌だけど。
Nanami put my phone on the table and picked up her fish sandwich. She happily took off the wrapper and bit in. I suddenly remembered her saying that she liked the fish sandwiches here.
せいぜい太るがいいさ。
She suddenly froze. She was looking at me with hatred in her eyes. And then, after a moment's hesitation, she slowly offered me the half-eaten sandwich.
半分 食べる？
もう手遅れだよ。うん。
うーん、そういうこと言うと上司に嫌われるって覚えといた方がいいよ、バカ鬼。
In the end, she ate the whole sandwich by herself. You greedy girl. After that, I was forced to listen to more of her boring stories before she finally handed the phone over to me. By then, the sun had set. It had been a long, painful few hours. I was finally able to say goodbye and head home. Fall was in full swing, and the chill of the night breeze did wonders to calm my headaches and urge to vomit. Being in the crowd for a long time always made my head hurt and made me want to throw. I'm going to start taking shots every time this game says throw up. I swear, I'm going to start taking shots. Like, how many times has it said throw up just today? That's what, like the 15th time? I wish Nanami would die. Not literally die, but you know. She only cared about herself. She had absolutely no idea how much the things she was doing were hurting me. I was sure of that. If I could have, I would have snapped the phone in half and thrown it in the nearest garbage can. It wasn't my money, for one thing. If I did that, Nanami would come back, with my parents in tow this time. They would just tell me I had to buy another one since the first one broke. I restrained my impulse to destroy the thing. Time to just go home, play some ESO. The stress had really been building up over these past few days. I hoped my peaceful daily life would come back soon. Another bizarre murder had taken place that night. The fourth Nugent murder. I was playing ESO when Grim, as usual, came to tell me. Yo, Grim, you're late tonight. Whose eyes are those? For a moment, I couldn't believe my eyes. How did Grim know those words? My fingers were shaking on the keyboard. I didn't know what to say. It was all I could do to keep my eyes on the monitor as he typed. The fourth Nugent murder happened. I've been watching the festival. Shibuya's going nuts, man. This one's the craziest of the lot. All the blood was drained from the victim's corpse. They found the body in the Inukashira line station's toilets. What happened to the body is just messed up. All its skin turned green. Scary. Super scary. I'm starting to believe the guys who say something occult is going on are
Tori
right.
the Third said, "Hello, I just woke up."
No human could do that. Welcome to the stream, Tori. I hope you had a wonderful sleep schedule. I hope you're doing fantastic in general. Welcome to the stream. I bit my lip in front of the computer. I came close to imagining it in my mind. I managed to shake off the delusion. I took a sip of soda to calm myself down. Damn that Grim. He was deliberately trying to ambush me. I knew it. No reaction. I think honestly, from what it's sounding like so far with the blood drain and the green skin, I think so far the pregnant man was freakier. Probably not the freakiest so far, so. How do you know so much about it? You're talking like you actually saw it. Well, I did, basically. You still don't care then? About Nugent? I would rather spend my free time grinding in ESO.
Tori the Third said, I will be back in like 5 minutes.
Stay safe, friend. That's our lightning-fast Nightheart. He grinds like no mere mortal can. Our inspiration, our idol. Grinding, the act of doing a repetitive task within a game, often for hours and hours on end, to unlock a particular item or piece of content, most often used by MMORPG players. I didn't want to talk about new gen, so I tried to change the subject as soon as possible. Anyway, check this out. Well, I feel like I'm going to get trolled. Troll. Originally a method of fishing, where a baited hook was placed in the water to catch fish. Online, it refers to deliberately posting false information or provocative opinions in order to elicit a reaction from other users. Last time this had happened, he had trolled me with what he had said was a Guro image. It turned out to be something stupid he had drawn. It was entirely possible he would do the opposite this time. You seriously don't know? Know what? Are you actually just that far behind everybody else? Shut up. So, what is it? What if I told you your beloved Seiratan was involved? Really? Then I had to look at it. Well, it looked like some kind of auction site. It probably wasn't a mental browser crash or anything bad like that, right? Browser crash. An image, web page that crashes a user's browser. Some of these can place extreme stress on the browser program or cause the system itself to behave in unexpected ways. In the mid-2000s, it was common to paste these onto anonymous message boards in an attempt to lure unwary users. The worst of them could damage a user's computer. A mental browser crash is an image which causes severe psychological distress to the viewer. These images, however, do no harm to the PC itself. I clicked on the link a little excited. There is a shortage of Type B blood. What was this flyer? I had seen it somewhere. Deja vu again. Anyway, where was the pic of Seiratan? I scrolled the mouse wheel to go down to the page. And I was suddenly met with what was clearly a Guro image. I quickly looked back toward the left monitor and closed the browser. The Guro image had only been on my monitor for 3 seconds. I had only really gotten a solid look at it for less than a second. Still. It's a pic of the 4th New Gen body. It was put up on an auction site before the media had reported the murder. You could buy the victim's brutally murdered corpse. In other words, the one who posted it has to be the New Gen killer. Crazy. Their username for the auction was Vampire. I mean, it's obviously a throwaway username, though. The whole internet's going nuts. It's getting pasted to all kinds of different message boards. They're making memes of it, too. The meme craftsmen were right on top of it, too. Craftsmen. Anonymous online creators who make videos pictured of quality that rivals that of professional artists. And there's a dying message in it too, in the image. A dying message. A dying message. On the wall written in the victim's blood. I didn't realize that stuff was real. Maybe the killer is just doing it for the laughs. Hello, Mr. Nightheart. Did you freeze on me? I had only gotten to see the picture for a second. Still,
ゲームだ。こんな世界は虚構の
Tori the
ゲー
Third
ムの世界に
said,
違いないんだ。
I am back.
Welcome back, friend. The image of those red letters sloppily painted on the wall was burned into my brain. I tried not to think about it. Each of them came into my mind in turn, as if accusing me.
なんであの言葉がここで出てくるんだ。
I knew those words well. I said those words often. They were a question I would ask no one in particular. Grimm had said them to me when I had logged into ESO. Each of the words was common by itself. No one else used them the way I did. Whose eyes are those? Oh, that's chapter 2 finished. Okay. No idea how many chapters there are, but that's chapter 2 finished apparently. 4 a.m. Shibuya is a city that never sleeps. At this hour, there were a few people at Scramble Crossing in front of the station. Instead, the square was filled with taxis, there to ferry home drunks who couldn't wait for the first train. Most of the taxi drivers had their seats pulled back so they could nap. A few of them, though, took their jobs more seriously. They leaned forward on the wheel and watched the 107 building and Center Street. Tonight, they weren't watching for potential customers. They were watching, with interest, a cleaning crew that appeared about half an hour earlier. How did they know it was a cleaning crew? Because each of the men wore a yellow armband with the words "cleaning crew" on it. Otherwise, no one would have ever associated them with the term. The men were wearing black suits, and the whole time they had been there, they showed no signs of starting to clean anything. One of the men held a strange measuring device that looked like some kind of pendulum. Others were around him, using it to take readings of some kind. They weren't staying in one place either. They were going all around Scramble Crossing, taking measurements they would then write onto a piece of paper. Right now, they were directly under a traffic light, silently watching the pendulum device. It made a sound.
地点 L2 の8、0.62 メガ GE、ハイスコアです。
先月より38ポイントもアップか。思った通りだ。
No one in Shibuya that night was watching the cleaning crew that closely, though. As soon as a passenger climbed into a cab, its driver quickly forgot about the cleaners. Most of the drunks had already passed out, were in no position to look at what was going on around them. The cabaret girls and prostitutes, finally free of the stress that came with smiling at nasty drunks for hours, were getting into taxis to quickly return home. So, no one realized that the government had not announced any plans to clean Scramble Crossing that night. Even after the weekend ended, the furor over the fourth New Generation Madness case, the vampire showed no signs of slowing down. The corpse of a man drained completely of blood, his skin turning a sickly, inhuman green. It was found in a toilet in the Shibuya Inokashira line. Not only that, a photo of the corpse was put up on an online auction site at about the same time the corpse was found. The bizarre, cruel nature of the murder meant the media and Atchan were sure to leap onto it. The message on the auction page had also attracted a lot of attention. There's a shortage of type B blood. Large numbers of tissue packs advertising blood donations with the exact same text had been handed out in Shibuya. I had a packet of them with me right now. Thinking back, that strange text wasn't an ad for blood donations at all. It was an announcement predicting the next murder. The cops were looking for the part-timers that had been handing them out. Nobody could find much of anything in the way of clues. There was something very different about Vampire compared to the previous case. There had been signs of it during the Crucified case. This latest murder really felt like a theatrical crime, a spectacle meant for public consumption. Theatrical crime. A crime or series of crimes committed in a state of high public scrutiny. The media reports on the crime, and the police responds to it as if it were a TV show. Sometimes criminals send letters, make announcements to
Tory
fuel the
III
fire.
said, like Jack the Ripper.
Was Jack the Ripper like that? I don't know much about him if I'm being honest. The only thing I know for sure is that he was never caught, and that he went after prostitutes, and he was in London. That's about all I know about Jack, honestly. Theatrical crimes often spray out of control, with some viewing the criminal as a hero, others committing copycat crimes. Okay, I like that. There's even so it is counting me as having read them. I'm sure there's an achievement for reading all the. I wonder if it actually shows, because this thing shows all of the ones I don't have. I am curious how many there are. $142. Okay. Cool. That is a lot of them. A lot of tips. Some pundits were suggesting things like bringing more cops into Shibuya, or establishing a curfew for anybody under a certain age. The number of young people visiting the city showed no sign of going down. Scramble Crossing and Center Street were as packed as ever. The net was in uproar. Several snakes, or internet detectives, were going around Shibuya and giving live reports on what they saw. A popular new phrase was spreading among the youth of the city. Whose eyes are those? It was spreading not just online, among the DQNs who walked around the streets of Shibuya. On 8chan, people were putting the phrase at the end of messages that had nothing to do with New Gen. This week's Bloodtoon didn't have enough Seiretan. Whose eyes are those? The new weapons they added in the latest patch are kind of shit. Whose eyes are those? What kind of whose eyes are those is that? Like that. New Gen was nothing but a source of fun for the youth of the city, but to me it was an absolute nightmare. That said, 3 days after the Vampire that is really difficult to make sure I say right, Vampire incident, I had started to calm down. Of course, it was still in the back of my mind, but a solid weekend of ESO had helped me forget all the awful and unexplainable things that had happened. Today was a school day, and I'd even managed to make it through the day's classes by sleeping or thinking of rare ESO items. I had grown up a little. And so, like always, I headed to At Cafe after school ended. I was happy to see that my designated spot, room 37, was open. It had been 2 weeks since the last time I had come here. It was the first time there had been such a long gap. The musty smell of the breeze
Tory
coming from the
III
air conditioner.
said, so, whatever happened with that stalker girl?
I don't know. We haven't even seen her ever since she confronted him about the messages. She sort of just disappeared. I don't know. She just hasn't showed up. It's a little weird. The stench of the cigarette smoke clinging to the manga, the pleasant feeling of the reclining seats, and the silence, punctuated by the snoring of middle-aged men. It felt so good to be back.
ルーム37の PC のチャットログを調べさせてもらいました。
I mean, obviously, we're going to think of her since the last time we talked to her. There was a confrontation about the chat log, but I mean, other than that, we haven't seen her since.
そこから分かったことは、あなた一人の自作自演。将軍はあなた自身。
I hadn't seen Yua since then. We were in different grades, and I didn't go to school that often in the first place. So, of course, we wouldn't run into each other that often, but
ユアの妄想はすごいよ。
I felt so bad for her. She must have a terrible mental disorder. It was best to just ignore people like that. Things with Yua had just been a disaster from the start. For the past 2 weeks, I had been dragged into one mess after another. Until then, my life had been incredibly peaceful. The only person who talked to me was Misumi. Why was all this bizarre stuff happening to me lately? I didn't even want to think about any of it. That dying message was just a coincidence, I decided. I mean, they were all really common words. If somebody with a brain like mine could come up with them, anybody could. I didn't care who that message was meant to reach. No, that wasn't it. I couldn't let myself care. I suddenly heard a noise nearby. I shuddered in my reclining
Tori
seat,
the Third
shocked.
said, I have to go, but I hope you have a great stream.
That's fair. I hope you stay safe, friend. Thank you for coming. It was the sound of a phone ringing, but whose? The place was silent, so the ringing sounded really loud. I looked around, but I couldn't even see a phone.
もしかして。
I suddenly had an idea and looked inside my bag. Just like I thought, it was the phone I had bought several days ago. Trembling, I looked at the screen. Phones were supposed to show the number of whoever was calling you, right? Only if you have them saved as a contact, as far as I'm aware. Or maybe if they're a company. I think sometimes companies always show up. I'm not sure about that. Should I pick up? I didn't really like talking to people. Who was calling me anyway? I hadn't given this number to anybody. The only ones who knew it were Nanami and the rest of my family. She had put their names in my contacts too, even though I hadn't asked her to. If the number dialing me was one registered in my contacts, it should display the name instead, which meant it wasn't my family, which means it's probably a spam caller and you just shouldn't answer. So who could it be? The phone kept ringing. Were people always this persistent when they called your cell phone? I had never used one before, so I didn't know for sure, but it was really annoying. They were just barging into my private space and ringing my phone until I answered. That was a violation of my privacy, wasn't it? That's why I never wanted a phone to begin with. It stopped. Relieved, I looked at the phone's liquid crystal screen. One missed call, it read. I didn't know who had called. I certainly didn't feel like calling back, so I decided to just ignore it. I should learn how to set up voicemail so this didn't happen again. Cell phones were such a pain. I didn't like phones anyway. I mean, they were really weird. How is anybody ever sure that the person they were talking to was really who they said they were? And that is an actually very poignant point, especially right now, with how you can take AI and copy somebody's voice. Just look at the whole scam that happened recently with Biden. People getting calls from him when it wasn't really him. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. There were a lot of phone scams out there, right? Did people just not bother to check? I just couldn't understand how somebody could talk to somebody else when they weren't even sure they were real. I understood the physics principles that let you talk to somebody far away via a phone. I still found it hard to believe. It is kind of amazing that point where technology starts turning into magic. I mean, it really is kind of amazing if you think how a cell phone, what a cell phone allows you to do. When you talked on the phone, your voice was turned into an electronic signal. This signal was transmitted down a wire to the person on the other end, and then turned back into a voice so they could be heard. In other words, if you wanted to talk to somebody on the phone, your voice needed to be transformed a minimum of 2 times. For a cell phone, first the electrical signals created from your voice were sent to a nearby cell tower, then transferred to a switching center via normal telephone lines. From there, they were sent to the tower nearest to the person you were talking to, and then sent via electromagnetic waves to their cell phone. It was an incredibly complicated and bizarre process. If my voice was being transformed into electrical signals, could the person I was talking to really hear every single thing I was saying exactly the way I said it? Wasn't there a chance that in the process of turning it into an electrical signal, it could end up being turned into something else altogether? For instance, say I called Nanami, and instead of my voice being sent directly to her, it was sent to some weird building somewhere. And there, somebody I had never met could pretend to be Nanami. Maybe I wasn't even talking to a person. I could be talking to a computer. That's why talking on the phone was so scary to me. It was scarier than even talking to someone in person. I logged into ESO as Lislot, and 3 hours passed quickly. It had been 2 weeks since I had logged in as Lislot, but today I was able to do a great job with the character and was really satisfied. I left for home in a great mood. Center Street was as loud and obnoxious as ever. I always hated it, and thanks to all the store's lights, it was so bright that it didn't feel like nighttime at all. At the end of the well-lit street, I saw someone in the crowd and recognized them instantly. I froze. The girl was staring at me intently and ignoring the huge crowds around her. In the middle of Center Street, where it's hard to even walk straight among the endless streams of people, she was standing stock still, holding a huge sword on her shoulder. It was a bizarre scene. Nobody seemed to notice her sword. They parted around her like water in a stream breaking against a rock, moving by without the slightest change in expression. It was the girl I had seen at the 107 building. She had been there when I had gone to buy a new phone with Nanami. The shape of her sword, the Suime uniform, the long black hair, it all matched. This was the girl who had been watching the crowds from up on the stairs of the 107 building. And I remembered something else when I saw the intensity of her eyes as she looked at me. I had seen her once at school, too. Long, shiny black hair that extended down to her waist, oval eyes, a pretty but intimidating face. It was Girl B, the one who had so rudely asked, "Who are you?" in the hallway after school last week. Why was she glaring at me anyway? I turned around to see if anyone was there, just in case I was being self-conscious. I thought maybe there would be someone she knew behind me, but there wasn't. She was looking at me with something that bordered on outright hostility in her eyes. Yeah, it was me she was after. I flinched. This must be how a frog feels when a snake is bearing down on it. There was no way I could glare back. It was hard for me to even meet her gaze. I had no choice but to look down. I should run away, I thought. Usually I would take a left at the intersection where she was standing and head across the book vat. But today I would go around the front of the station. There were a lot of people there, but it was still better than dealing with some scary 3D girl. She might be trying to mug me. It looked like Girl B was alone, but it was possible that she had a bunch of her DQN buddies lying in wait, and they were trying to lure out and beat me up. Full Bako, short for Full Power Bako Boko, ass kicking, a violent, brutal, and one-sided assault. Bako Boko. Bako Boko Baka. A full ass kicking for an idiot. Well, I wasn't going to fall for it. I turned around and couldn't believe what I saw.
あ、え
For some reason, Girl B was there. I quickly turned around and looked at the intersection where she had been standing a moment ago. She wasn't there. I looked ahead of me again. She was still there, holding her sword and glaring at me. When did she get in front of me? Nobody could be that fast. You would practically have to teleport. How was she able to tell I had turned around anyway?
おい
Her voice was shockingly clear. I desperately looked around. I wanted to believe that she was talking to someone else. I searched as hard as I could for that someone else she might have meant to address when she said, "Hey." Of course, there wasn't anyone. The only people nearby were a group of salarymen. They looked towards her for a moment, quickly realized she wasn't talking to them, kept moving. Suddenly, she took a step toward me. That was all I needed to be fully sure. Girl B was after me.
お前見えるのか
I was terrified. No girl in my 17 years had ever been aggressive towards me. Tsubaki Kirimiya, known as Sunko, could be really mean when she was in a tsundere mood. Not even she was this bad. Originally a girl who is normally cold soon, but becomes loving, dare, when you're alone with her. In recent years, however, the exact definition of the word has become less clear. Also, she was a 2D character from an H game called Thermidor. Even as my brain was thinking about tsundere H games, Girl B was still getting closer. Thinking about H games and you're about to get penetrated by a sword, dude. It's about to be game over for you. She was a girl. How could she be this intense? Hey, girls are girl. You should not underestimate how scary girls can be now. I thought that it was strange, but the reason was actually quite simple. The intensity of her eyes. That and the huge sword she was carrying. It had an extremely unusual shape for a sword. In an anime, it would have looked really cool, but if she tried to use it in the real world, it would probably be completely useless. It had to be from a mecha anime or something. Were there any new mecha anime lately? I knew it was a cosplay prop, but it looked so sharp, so strong, like the slightest touch could take your finger clean off. It was such a strange weapon.
見えるのかと聞いている
Girl B was within 2 meters of me now. If she swung that sword, it was sure to reach me. I quickly took a step back, but it was too late. She got even closer. And then she really swung it. I crouched to the ground with my head in my hands. If I hadn't dodged, it would have hit me right in the head. It probably wouldn't have actually cut me, but with that speed, it could have given me a concussion or caved my skull in. Please don't hurt me.
何をするだ
I was so freaked out that I could barely speak. Girl P was looking down at me coldly. There was something wrong with her, the way she was swinging around a sword in this crowd. Was she a serial killer? Maybe she was the new Gen killer, or working with the demon girl.
助けて殺さないで
I was shaking. I was about to piss my pants with fear.
何を勘違いしている？私はただ見えるのかと聞いているだけだ。
What was she talking about? If I couldn't see it, would she kill me? I couldn't answer if she wouldn't tell me what I was supposed to be seeing.
少し落ち着け。もう一度聞くぞ。この剣、ディソードが見えるのか？
The D sword? I had never heard that word before. She had to be talking about that sword she was holding. I decided to nod. Of course I could see it. How could I not? It was huge, and she was holding it in the middle of Center Street. I mean, maybe in Akihabara I wouldn't have noticed it, but Shibuya wasn't an anime town.
そうか。お前も集められたんだな。
Gathered? Who was gathered? And by who? I was here of my own free will, at
エ
least.
ラーを見たことがあるか？
Please to speak Japanese. K. Thanks. Please to speak is short for please to speak, used to tease someone who's saying things you can't understand, and tell them to speak more clearly. Was what I wanted to say, but I didn't have the courage. If I said the wrong thing, she would probably stab me. I didn't have any idea what she was talking about anyway.
見たら教えろ。
She turned away after she said that. Her skirt flew up as she turned, and I almost saw her panties. Why was there not a cutscene? I mean, what? I quickly closed my eyes.
私は3年の青い線。
Idiot.
駅前の電車にいる。
I opened my eyes, and the girl who had called herself Cinna was no longer there. I stood there in complete confusion. It was only after I got back to the base that I realized I hadn't understood a single thing she had said. Of all the weeks to have to go to school 3 times, what a depressing day. I heard a strange cry a few meters away from me. It was so sudden my body jerked in surprise. I looked toward the source of the noise and...
鬼
Nanami ran over to me at incredible speed. I tried to escape, but it was too late. She got in front of me, blocking me in. She had always been really athletic.
ちょっとなんで妹見て逃げるの？
Because you're obnoxious, obviously.
あ、そういう やってすぐ黙るし。
Really, why did my sister decide to go to Suimei Academy? Of all the places she could have gone, it was a huge pain from my perspective. Whenever I saw her at school, she would come over and annoy me.
ねえねえ、携帯どう？使ってる？使ってないでしょ。買ってからもう何日か経ってるけど、一度も家にかけてこないもんね。
I tried to walk fast to shake her off, but she followed me, refusing to give up.
家に生存報告の電話ぐらいしないよ。そのために買ったんだから。どうしても嫌なら、そのナナの携帯にかけるだけでもいいからさ。お母さん心配してるんだからね。そもそもちゃんとご飯食べてんの？どうせコンビニ弁当ばっかなんでしょ。やっぱお兄に一人暮らしは無理なんだよ。家に帰ってきなよ。ナナがどんな気持ちでお兄の様子見に行ってるか分かってる？いつも心配でしょうがないんだからね。
Shut up. What is your problem? Are you my mom? Why do you have to talk about this in the middle of the street anyway? I'm already in a bad mood and you're just making it worse. It's incredibly embarrassing to have to go to school with your young sister next to you. Sure, it happened a lot in H games. In fact, I loved it when it happened in H games, but Nanami wasn't nearly as good as a 2D girl. Somebody give me a cuter little sister. Nanami and I walked towards the school side by side, a bad mood simmering between us. I looked over at her, hoping I could get a chance to escape before we reached the school gate. She had been so mad a moment ago, but now she was quiet and seemed kind of out of it. Her eyes looked like they were drifting out of focus. Or was that my imagination? Her footsteps were unsteady. Just as I realized something was wrong, she stepped out into the road. A car was coming right in front of her.
危ない。
I grabbed her and pulled her close. The car drove past, its horn blaring. She had narrowly avoided being run over.
お前、何やってんだ。
あれ？
She seemed confused. Her eyes were blinking rapidly.
ナナ、今なんであんなこと？あれ？
Was she a total moron? Why didn't she know what she had just done? Just to clear, this wasn't Moe at all. Not Moe in the slightest.
何やってるんだよ。車にひかれたいのか。
車なんて来てた？
Of course there was. Was she going senile on me?
ねえお兄、今ヒュンヒュンヒュンっていう音聞こえなかった？
What was she talking about? I hadn't heard anything at all.
その音聞いてたらね、なんだかぼんやりした感覚になって。で、あそこに。
Nanami pointed to the corner.
お父さんとお母さんが立ってて、ナナを呼んでたの。
I looked where Nanami pointed. It wasn't my parents there, just some creepy guy. He wore a checkered shirt, fingerless gloves, jeans with the legs rolled up, and white sneakers. The backpack he also wore was stuffed full. He looked like any otaku you would see in Akihabara. He even had a video camera in his hand. Maybe he was some kind of peeping Tom.
おい、他人を指さすな。
What a rude little sister she was. Why would our parents be here anyway? Our home was in Shimo Kitazawa.
おかしいな。確かに呼ばれたのに。
The man looked at us. He was pointing his camera at me and Nanami. What was his problem?
行くぞ、ナナミ。
I got scared and ran away, leaving my sister behind.
あ、お兄、ちょっと待ってよ。
Stream Elements said, "Stay moist, my friends. Hydrate."
I managed to ignore Nanami until we got to the school, then headed down the bustling hallway toward my own class. When I walked down the hallway, I always walked on the side. I would always make sure to go at the proper speed, not too fast and not too slow. I would make sure to keep my head down so I didn't meet anybody's gaze. These were my 3 rules. I needed to be like the air, invisible, if I didn't want to stand out. That was my way of surviving in this world.
よ、タク。
Once again, however, someone appeared who would make doing so impossible. Misumi ran up to me from behind and, as always, gave me a too friendly slap on the shoulder.
おいっす。挨拶ぐらいしろって。ま、お前がそういうやつだってのは分かってるけどよ。なあ、この前 D 組の女子の話したよな。めったに学校来ねえけど、すげえ可愛い女子がいるって。
ん？
その子、岸本綾瀬って名前なんだけどよ。実はその岸本に関してすげえ発見したんだ。
He suddenly lowered his voice and looked around to make sure nobody was listening. He was probably about to say something dirty again. I felt vaguely sick and was ready to let out a huge sigh.
フェスいるだろ？フェス。
When I heard what he said, I gasped.
その岸本ってのがフェスなんだよ。俺マジビビったぜ。まさかフェスがうちの学校の生徒だなんてよ。しかも俺らとタメだってことだぜ。
For some reason, he decided to lean out a nearby window and look up at the sky with an expression of joy.
運命ってきっとこういうことを言うんだな。
We were on the 3rd floor. If he slipped and fell, he would snap his neck and die. I felt tense just watching him. He leaned forward even further and looked down at the entrance to the school.
お、噂をすればなんとやらだタク。岸本を発見した。もうすぐここに来るぜ。
え？
That was a crazy coincidence. Maybe there was some kind of fated connection between them, like he said. Not that I cared.
よし、待ち構えてやる。見てろタク。俺のナンパ術ってのを見せてやるよ。
There was a note of total confidence in his voice. It must be nice to be attractive. Picking up girls was a foreign world to me. Not that it was one I had any interest in. A minute or so later, wait, her real name was Ayase Kishimoto, right? Appeared. Misumi was right. It was clearly her. I stood back a good distance away, looked at her carefully. It was a shock to see that she was the same age as me. Vess was wearing her Suime uniform, walking slowly with a look of ennui on her face. She looked like a completely different person than the way she had been on stage. When she was singing, there had been a sense of power and motion in her voice, even when she was speaking softly. Now she just looked kind of sad, unapproachable. Misumi must have seen it, decided to deliberately ignore it, because he walked right up to her side with the same overly friendly attitude he always used with me.
Yo, Kishimoto-san. Oh, hayo.
What a brilliant, completely fake smile. How could you act that way with somebody you had never met before? He was an inspiration, an idol, not someone I wanted to copy. Not in the slightest.
あ、俺、三角大輔。よろしく。おっと、初対面とか思ってるだろう。でも違うんだな、これが。俺さ、こないだファンタズムのライブ行ったんだよね。だから君に会うのは2度目で、その時君の歌声にこう、なんつうの、ビビってきちゃったんだ。別に俺ミーハーとかじゃねえよ。惹かれたのはさ、詩とか君の可愛さとかそういうところもあるけど、でも何より一番すげえって思ったのはやっぱバンドとしての完成度っつうか。あの音あっての君の歌声っつうの。ちなみに俺も実はバンドやりたいなって思っててさ、よかったらああいういいバンドメンバーを見つけるコツとか、バンドの先輩としての心得みたいなもの教えてくんねえかな。あ、今すぐじゃ迷惑だろうから、そうだな、放課後とか暇？どっかで二人きりでじっくり話さない？
Misumi kept talking and talking. The way he spoke was different than usual, and his voice was louder and more cheerful. He wasn't directly hitting on her either. He was talking about her band as an excuse to go out with her. I had never heard anything about Misumi wanting to start a band. It had to be a lie. I understood now. He wasn't just hoping the two of them had something in common. He was setting it up so that they would. But Fess didn't even look at him. She walked right down the hallway as if she didn't hear anything at all.
なあ、聞いてる？
Fess suddenly stopped. She looked up ever so slightly and slowly. And I looked right at me. Me. I remembered how it felt like Fess was looking at me at the concert. Over the last 2 weeks, a lot of 3D girls have been staring at me. What was going on with that? Had I suddenly gotten really attractive? I looked away, of course, so my gaze only met hers for a second.
見つけて早く剣
Vess suddenly spoke. Her words were cold and soft. I couldn't tell if they were directed at me or Misumi.
剣。
そうすれば君は救われる
Vess looked down without waiting for an answer and began to walk once more. She went past us and into Class D's classroom. Both me and Misumi watched her go, confused.
なあ、タグ。
I could tell he was in a bad mood. Despite all his best efforts, Vess had completely ignored him. Having someone refuse to even acknowledge you exist must be pretty painful. I was used to that, though.
俺はここまでプライドをズタズタにされたのは初めてだ。 自信なくすぜ。くそ。ちょっと有名人だからって調子乗りやがって。あんな不愛想な女、もう二度と相手にしてやるもんかよ。あー、うぜえ。だいたい何が剣を見つけろだ。わけわかんねえ。
The sword. Did she mean that thing at the concert, the one that looked like a mic stand? Come to think of it, just 2 days ago, somebody else had asked me about a sword. The girl named Senna. She was really scary. I thought she might actually kill me. That sword she had been holding was shaped differently, but it was similar to the one that Fess had at the concert. Was there some kind of connection between the two? I didn't understand. There was far too much I didn't understand. Shogun, the demon girl, Yua, Fess, Senna, the swords. Like always, whenever I didn't understand something, I made a little list inside my head. I thought about adding myself to the bottom of the list, but stopped. I was just fine. It was everything else around me that was weird. Yeah, I was just fine. Was Fess on my side, or was she my enemy? That was all I needed to know, but I didn't have the courage to talk to her. Today I went to Anime 8? Is that what it's supposed to be, as Anime 8? Maybe. Instead of going to At Cafe. Why? To get my long-awaited Bloodtooth Saratan post-awakening version figure. When I bought it, I saw an image of Yua's face in my mind for just a second, but I quickly shut down that line of thought. There was a Saratan display at the store, and the figure they had out for show was every bit the quality work I had come to expect from its designer, Yoshio Kijima. Time to head home and stare at every inch of her body. All I had to do to be happy was play ESO and stare at Saratan once in a while. So why were these 3D people bringing all their problems to me? Why did this keep happening? As I forgot all about Effie, Fess, and the swords, and was happily returning to the base. I ran into a pair of men who looked out of place, just 50 meters or so from home. I tried to avert my gaze and avoid them, but one of them was clearly looking directly at me.
そこの君、ちょっといいかい?
The one who spoke to me first was an unimpressive-looking middle-aged man, the kind you might see at a betting track. His hair was a mess, and he had stubble on his chin. His suit was tattered, his necktie wasn't tied right. His leather shoes showed no sign of ever being cleaned. He just looked like an overall loser. For some reason, he was waving a cheap 100-yen paper fan at himself, which only added to the impression that he was one of life's losers. He had a dopey look on his face, too. A really stupid-looking grin. When I met his gaze for a second, I saw no traces of that grin reflected in them. There was nowhere to run. As I stood there, unsure of whether or not to answer, the two of them walked over to me.
おじさん、こういうものなんだけどさ。
He took out a black notebook with an ID on the flap and showed it to me. It was a police notebook, like you saw on TV shows. They had finally come for me. There was only one reason I could think of. The crucified killing.
ちょっと話を聞かせてもらっていいかい? もちろん強制じゃないんだけどね。あ、そんな身構えなくていいよ。本当話聞くだけだから。
There was absolutely no pressure in his voice. The other detective with him, the younger one, had a stern look on his face, had quietly moved to block my path. I started to sweat. If I said the wrong thing here, they might think I was the killer. Arrest me. Please. No. I gave up on running, nodded very slightly.
君さ、俗に言うニュージェネレーションの狂気って知ってるかな？
I knew it. I wiped the sweat off my brow, nodded.
じゃあ3番目に起きた通称貼り付け殺人事件も当然知ってるよね。この近所で起きたわけなんだけど。その目撃者を探してるわけよ。あ、ちなみに君、名前聞かせてくれる？
I gulped. Was this whole thing a Kome's trap? Maybe they were just pretending to be police, trying to get me to reveal my private information so they could use it for something bad. Maybe they were working with the demon girl.
あれ、答えてくんないのかな？
There was no way to be sure either way. What should I do? If I gave them a fake name, they might arrest me.
ああ、個人情報保護法とか気にしてる？おじさんそんなに信用なさそうに見えるかな？
You do. That friendly way you're talking to me is just an act, right?
西条匠
In the end, I couldn't come up with any brilliant plans to talk my way out of this, so I decided to just tell the truth.
西条匠くんでいいかい？
I nodded.
本当に？
What the hell did that mean? I was nice enough to give you my real name. Why are you reacting like that?
いや、こりゃ失礼。今のは気にしないでくれ。
His laugh was a little too loud to be real. It echoed throughout the quiet street. I want to go home.
その制服、水明だよね。何年生？
Did I have to tell him that too?
に
悪いね。聞き取れなかった。おじさん、もう年だから耳遠くてさ。もう一度言ってくれる
2年生。
ああ、2年生ね。どうも。で、西条さん。聞きたいことってのは、先月の29日の午後6時から10時頃にかけて、どこで何してたかなんだわ。
Was this one of those alibi things? Did they suspect I had done it? No way.
いや、別に君を疑ってるわけじゃなくてさ。その時間にこの近くにいたなら、怪しい人物を見かけたとか、何か音を聞いたとか、ないかと思ってね。
The way he talked was starting to really make me mad. Maybe it was some kind of special technique he used to anger the people he was talking to. But I had seen someone suspicious. I had gotten a clear look at them. I wasn't sure if it was safe to tell him, though. What if I did and the demon girl came after me? For now she seemed to be leaving me alone, but she had Shogun with her, and he could see the future. She must have all kinds of crazy powers herself. Okay, crazy guy, even assuming they could see the future, they would know whether or not you told them or not. So, if they haven't threatened you to keep quiet, you should go ahead and just tell them that you saw somebody. I mean, it's not going to hurt at this point. They already know who you are. It was the only explanation. If I told the police about the demon girl, she might find out about with her clairvoyant powers, and then she might come to kill me.
なあ、西条君。今日はそんなに暑いか。
My pulse quickened. If I didn't answer, they were sure to think I was the criminal. It felt like if I said I hadn't seen anything, they would see right through me. The man waved his fan at me. Cool air ruffled my hair.
もうすっかり秋だ。汗かくほど暑いとは思えんけどな。まあ、体質ってのは人それぞれだしな。
It was strange to hear that from a man who carried a fan around, but he was right. It wasn't that hot today. It was a pleasant temperature, if anything. I wiped away the sweat from my brow with my sleeve.
僕はやってない。
おお。
His eyes changed. I knew I had screwed up, but I didn't know how.
何をやっていないんだ
He suspected me. I had to tell him. I stared at the cover of the manhole near my feet as I yelled,
見たんです。
Hello, Alice. Welcome to the stream. Thank you very much for the raid. I hope you had fun playing whatever it was you were playing. Welcome in, friends. I am Jade. I am a turtle unicorn. I am a little slow and bumbling sometimes.
Eternal Honey said, Hi you. Alice Hellfire said, Howdy friend.
But all of us have a little unicorn magic in us, no? Howdy,
Stream
howdy.
Elements said, Look who's decided to come swimming with us. This is their channel, https://www.twitch.tv/@alice_hellfire.
Hello there, Eternal Honey. Welcome in. Hope you are doing fantastic. What were you playing? Were you having lots of fun? I saw it.
貼り付けの現場、そこに女がいたんです。で、血まみれにして死体の前に杭がたくさん死体に突き刺さってて、あれ500本は絶対超えてた。異常だ。死体がハリネズミみたいになってて、女は僕を見てよかったって笑ってた。
Alice Hellfire said, You've raided me enough times, I figured I should return the favor.
Aw, thank you. I raid you because you're a cutie and you should be shared. And you play fun games as well.
あの女は悪魔だ。人間じゃない。ニュージェネの母には人を超えた存在なんだ。ヨシとかすごい超能力とか使う。
Only then did I realize that the two detectives were looking at me with their mouths wide open in shock. Maybe they didn't believe me. I fell silent again.
Eternal Honey
悪魔か
said, Alice
なるほどね。
tried to finish
そいつは
Bioshock
参考になったよ。
Infinite in one sitting, but she became sleepy, so we're here now.
Oh, that's fair. That's fair. If you're sleepy, you get sleepy. BioShock Infinite. Was that the second one or the first? I think that was the second one, right? I've played the BioShock a little bit. They were pretty fun games. I like the whole aesthetic and the underwater theme.
Eternal Honey
The third.
said, The third.
I haven't played the third. That's the one I haven't played yet. I've heard mixed
Alice
things about
Hellfire
it.
said, On the hardest difficulty, mind you.
Oh, look at you, you little badass. See, I play on usually the easiest difficulty because I'm just a slow turtle. So I just do it for the story and the aesthetics. I don't challenge myself like that. Good on you, though.
本当です。
ああ、分かってる分かってる。貴重な情報だよ。
僕を警察で、守ってください。
その前に、その女の年は分かる。複 服装とか顔の特徴とか。
水明。
水明って水明学園？
その制服着てた。
つまり西条君と同じ学校の生徒か。
He thought for a moment and then grinned. It was hard to tell if his next words were a question or a whisper.
何年生だろうな、その女子高生は。何年生だと思う？西条君。
わからない。
じゃあ、
Alice
なんて名前
Hellfire
だと思う？
said, Anyway, I crawl into my sleep hole now.
That is completely fair, friend. I hope you sleep well and dream of butchering lots of people. Assuming that's a pleasant dream for you. If not, then don't. But, you know, yeah.
わからないよ。僕はあの悪魔の名前なんて知らない。
その女の身長、体重、あとついでに3サイズについて。
What? Why would you ask that last question, my guy? What? Nani? Who was this guy? Was he making fun of me? How the hell would I know any of that? I don't have the magic power of determining a girl's measurements just by looking at her, like the hero of some harem manga.
なるほど。黙ってるってことはわからないってことだね。結構。参考になったよ。これは本部に戻って検討しないといかんな。
先輩、マジっすか？
The older detective made a motion with his hand to silence the younger one, and then shot him a meaningful glance.
あ、西条君、ちなみに連絡先とか教えてもらえる？
なんで？
They didn't believe me after all. They thought I was crazy, which you are. They were going to accuse me of doing it, which you might
だっ
have.
て悪魔だっけ？そいつから君を守らなくちゃならないだろ？
I see. Good. They believed me. I would feel so much better if the police were protecting me. Of course, maybe even the police couldn't do anything about a demon, but it was better than being all alone. Feeling a little relieved, I took out my new phone and showed the detectives a number. The younger one copied it down.
忙しいところありがとうさ。君の身の安全は警察が保証するから、何の心配もしなさんな。じゃあ、また何か聞きたいことができたら電話するかもしんないんで、その時はよろしくね。イルスとか使わないでくれよ。今のところ警察にとっては君は重要な人物だからな。
え？
君の目撃証言は事件解決の重要な手がかりになりそうだ。じゃあな。
The two of them bowed and quickly left. The younger one was looking back at me and whispering something to his partner. The older one was walking quickly and ignoring him. I let out a deep sigh. Wow, that was nerve-wracking. I had never been interrogated by a real police officer. It was pretty scary, but they seemed to believe me. Maybe. I hoped the police would catch the demon woman. Everybody said the police were incompetent, right? So I shouldn't get my hopes up too much. Only then did I notice how thirsty I was, so I bought a bottle of soda from a nearby vending machine.
うわ、覚醒バージョン残すエロすぎ。万物じゃんか。だがそれがいい。顔かわいいよ顔。原作再現度はいまいちだけど、プンプンと漂うエロスが木島よしおらしさだよな。これはこれでグッジョブ。
GG, short for good job, slang used by 2000s era Japanese otaku or in general.
上着キャストオフとかこの角度からじゃほとんど全裸にしか見えんひょ
Gross.
髪の動きがいいよな。覚醒バージョンは髪が命って持論があるわけだが間違ってなかったな。さてそれではお待ちかねパンツいってみようか。どれどれ。V ゾーンの作り込みいいよ。シワのつき方リアルだしってこれスージーさんすげえマジですげえクオリティ高し。
Takasugi. The Japanese internet expression meaning too high. This particular expression is a complicated kanji pun of the type that was popular on internet message boards in the mid-2000s. It has long since fallen out of fashion, however, and attempts to use it in modern-day Japan would likely be met with bewilderment.
これセーラタン5作目にして早くも最高傑作爆誕じゃねえ。これ以上すごいのなんて出せないってマジで。やっぱ木島は神。
I carefully placed my new Sarah Tan next to the PC monitor. Sarah, you're so sexy. Just looking at her made me grin. This was a moment of pure joy. I logged on to @Chan to share my thoughts on the Sarah Tan figure. When that was done, I checked my email and looked at FreePara to see if I had any new friend requests.
おっと、前触れ申請来てるじゃん。誰これ？セーラコミュの人か。はいはい、ゲイですよ。
And just when I was ready to log into ESO, I felt a prickling on the back of my neck. It was the same intense gaze that I always felt. Damn it. Not now. When did I first start feeling that gaze? I had totally forgotten by now. It kept getting in my way. A lot of things were happening that would interrupt my daily life. The gaze was right up there with Nanami for being obnoxious. Okay, time to play the game again. Time to play the I'm not turning around that easily game. I kept my eyes locked on my computer monitor, tried to think of a cool line.
貴様、出てこい。僕の目をごまかせるとでも思ったか。甘いな。
There was no answer. Of course there wasn't. It would be scary if there was one.
え？
I heard a noise. I turned around to look before I realized what I was doing. I had lost today's Don't Turn Around game. There was nobody in my room. Was I hearing things? I hoped so, I told myself. Again. I heard the sound again. I couldn't lie to myself anymore. It was the sound of somebody knocking on the door, which meant someone was here. Nobody ever came here. Even the people selling newspapers wouldn't come all the way up here. Who could it be? A delivery guy? No, I wasn't getting any packages today. Nanami? No, Nanami would pound louder and harder. Then she would scream, "Brother, open up!" I would recognize if it were her. Yua? That was likely. She had been here once before. Had the demon girl sent her here to kill me? If so, why would she go through the trouble of knocking? The knocking sound kept coming. I froze, trying to figure out what to do. No good ideas came to me. I just kept getting more and more scared. I know. I could just pretend to not be here. Is that just being paranoid? I should be careful, right? Shibuya has been really dangerous lately. If it was Yua, I couldn't let her in. I would basically be asking for her to kill me. Wait, did I lock the door? I looked over toward it to see. It was too dark to tell if the door was locked, however. I softly stood up, walking over to the door while being as careful as possible not to make any noise. By the time I made it to the middle of the room, I was finally able to tell for sure. The door wasn't locked. A cold chill ran down my entire body. My heart beat faster from nervousness. Right now, anybody could just walk right in and kill me. I needed to hurry and lock the door. If I made any kind of noise, it would be obvious I was here, but it would be better than letting someone inside. I ran over to the door and stepped on the container of a convenience store dinner I had bought. I slipped and fell right on my butt. I moaned from the intense pain. And then the door slowly began to open right before my eyes. I didn't know who it was, but whoever had been knocking was now opening the door. I tried to force myself to stand up, but my body refused to move from the pain. All I could do is watch it open as tears ran down my face. First, I saw the hand. The sleeve was from a Suimei uniform. I could tell that much. Then the hair. It was a little longer than Nanami's. It was shorter than Yua's. I didn't know who it belonged to. Then I saw the face peeking out from the other side of the door.
こんにちは。
It's a demon girl. We're dead. We're dead. We are officially dead. We're fucked. We're dead. Then I knew who it was. We're dead. We're dead. We're dead. Oh, thank you very much for the head pats, friend. Oh, looks like they're a little low today. They change depending on how I'm sitting and where I'm sitting. Thank you for the
Eternal
follow.
Honey said, head pat before I call it a night.
Thank you very much for the head pat. Sleep well, friend. Someone unexpected, the worst possible someone. My vision threatened to go black from sheer despair. It was the demon girl.
いたい
Our eyes met. She suddenly smiled happily. Her smile made me shiver.
た。もう、どうしてすぐ返事してくれないの？
Oh no, oh no, oh no. Her other hand was still behind the door. She must be holding one of those cross-shaped stakes in it. She was here to kill me at last. She was smiling with joy at the thought of killing me. It was because I had talked to those cops. She had used her clairvoyant powers to see me doing it remotely. Don't kill me, I tried to scream, but I was too scared to get the words out.
コロッケ？
She stared at me, tilting her head, and recited a strange spell. She must be speaking in the demon language. She was going to curse me. I crawled away, trying to get as much distance between me and her as possible. My hands kept slipping on the garbage as I crawled, but I managed to make it to the far end of the room and hide under my computer desk.
ねえ、入っていいかな？っていうか、入っちゃいます。
The demon girl came inside. She even took her shoes off.
お邪魔しちゃった。あ、散らかってても私平気だから気にしないでね。
The door shut. Now there was nowhere to run. Surprisingly, the only thing she was carrying was her bag. I didn't see any kind of weapon. No, it had to be in that bag. I couldn't let my guard down. The second I let my guard down, she would come for me. Maybe that spell a second ago had cursed me. In a few days, my body might start spouting blood from all its pores. Then I would die.
頼むよ。殺さないで。
I curled up into a little ball on the floor, cursing the detectives I had met earlier.
警察に喋ったこと謝るから。
警察？
それに話してもちっとも信じてもらえてなかったし。
That was just a lie I had said to buy time. The detectives had said they would protect me. If that older guy was doing his job right, he would surely send an officer to protect me. Then I realized. I had told the officer my phone number. I hadn't given him my address.
石？
She suddenly struck a pose, like she was at attention. Then, even more strange, she made the sound effect of her hand snapping to attention with her mouth. Was this another demon spell?
独り言はやめるべし。殺さないでとか警察がどうとか私には何のことかさっぱりだよ。
She didn't know. Was this some kind of joke? Was this her way of telling me to forget that anything had ever happened? What was this girl thinking? Hadn't she come here to kill me?
ほら、立てる？立とう。
The demon walked over to me and offered a hand. Her expression looked so kind. Up close, I could tell that she was pretty cute. Wait, what had gotten into me? She was a demon. She wasn't pretty cute. She was a murderer. She had used Yua and Shogun to try and set me up. And now she was here to kill me herself. I couldn't let myself believe her. I had learned my lesson with Yua. I would never make the same mistake again. I didn't take the hand she offered me. I couldn't let her smile fool me. It was a demonic temptation. And if I gave in to that, I would die. Don't believe in anything. Don't listen to anything anyone says.
だって見たんだ。お前が人を殺してるとこ。
あのさ、タク、それかなりひどいこと言ってるって気づいてる？まさか殺人犯呼ばわりされるなんてね。ははは。
What was she doing here?
ニュージェネの
Like the other 4 times.
殺すんでしょ。それとも岩とか将軍とかがいる場所に連れてって。
ユア？将軍？誰それ？
Maybe the 3 of them were going to work together and kill me when I was helpless.
そんなの嫌だ。助けて。
じゃあね、私を殺人犯扱いしなければ助けてあげる。
I knew it.
そんなビビらないでよ。いちいち私がへこむようなリアクションしてくれるよね。
お願いだ。もう二度と誰にも喋らないから。だから見逃して。
もしもーし、タク、ちょっと落ち着こう。
She kept calling me Taku, like we were friends. How did she know my name anyway? She had known my name when we had first met at the scene of the crucified killing. How? And how did she know where the base was?
当然でしょ。あなたの名前を知ってるのは。
She read my mind. She had magic clairvoyant powers. I knew it. That's how she found my name and address.
タクって結構独り言多いよね。前から思ってたことだけど。
Always? Since when was always? Wait, was I talking to myself? I couldn't tell. Really? Was I really talking to myself? Or was it possible she was lying? Was it possible she read my mind?
タクの名前を知らないわけないよ。私、物覚えはそんなに良くない方だけど、友達の名前くらい覚えるよ。
Friend?
それともタク、私のことバカにしてる？そりゃ私、テストの点数はそんなに良くないけど。面と向かってそういうこと言われると傷ついちゃうな。
Was she crazy? Wait, how could I be sure she was the crazy one? Was I crazy? Or was she?
もしかして転校生？
そういえば近いうちに転校生が来るらしいよ。スカチン先生が言ってた。
We were talking past each other. The fear that I could be killed at any moment was starting to fade. Instead, another type of fear was slowly working its way through my heart.
もしもし？その顔はまさかまだ信じてくれてない？
誰だ？
Who are you? She was a murderer. The demon girl.
タクこそクラスメートの顔を覚えてないんだ。ひどー。
We're classmates. Not just friends, but classmates.
でもまあ、しょうがないか。タクはあんまり学校来ないもんね。だからって、私の存在丸ごとなかったことにするのはどうかと思う。ちなみに、名前も忘れちゃってるわけかな。はいはい、そうなのね。ショック。じゃあ、思い出させてあげますよっと。私は崎畑凛美。リアクションなしかい。崎畑凛美。思い出した？
I had never even heard the name Sakihata Rimi before. The only 3D girl I knew who would talk to me like this was Yua. Anyway, Yua worked for her. In a flash, I suddenly understood. This Sakihata girl was using the same trick Yua had used. She was being all friendly, knowing that I wasn't used to talking to 3D girls. Then she would set me up for a trap. Of course, I didn't remember the faces of all my classmates. I wasn't interested in trying. I was sure I had never seen her in my class. Wasn't I? No, I couldn't be sure. Every minute I spent at school, I spent at my desk, either enjoying delusions while pretending to sleep, or staring at the desk, or pretending to read a textbook. I didn't remember any of my classmates' names. I had never cared enough to. Which was it? Was what this girl was saying true? No, it didn't matter whether or not she was a classmate. The one thing I was sure of was that she was a murderer.
たく、記憶力ゼロ？まあいいや。じゃあ、大臣に聞いてみて。
Daichin? What the hell was that? A person's name? Some kind of code? A demon spell?
大臣だよ、大臣。三角大輔。
え？
She knew Misumi's name. She called him Daichin. You wouldn't do that unless you were pretty friendly with him.
というわけで、はい。
The demon girl found my phone on the sofa and picked it up, offering to me. She wanted me to call Misumi, maybe. I didn't like calling people, but if I didn't do it, she might kill me. Helplessly, I decided to call him, but I realized I didn't know Misumi's phone number. I froze. The demon girl seemed confused before going around to my side and looking over at the phone. Her hair rustled a little, and I could smell the sweet scent of her shampoo. She was a demon. I couldn't let her tempt me. I wasn't into 3D girls. Sayrutan, give me power.
もしかして番号知らない？だったら先にそう言ってくれなきゃ。ごめんごめん。
She apologized and took the phone from my hand. For a moment our fingers touched. She was warm. I guess even a demon had the same blood in her veins as a human.
大地の番号はね、ほいほいほいの。
She quickly tapped in the number. From the speed she typed it in at, it had to be one she knew well.
ほーい、つながった。
She offered me the phone. I didn't know what to do, so I took it and held it to my ear. I could hear the sound of the ringing, but then the sound cut off, and instead I heard Misumi's voice. Someone answered. The person on the phone didn't give their name. They must have been outside somewhere downtown, because I could hear the hustle and bustle of a crowd around them. I really hated phone calls. I couldn't be sure if I was even talking to Misumi. The voice sounded similar, but maybe slightly different.
タク、大地に出た？
She was staring at me again, this time from right in front of me. Damn it. Why did she have to be so close to me? I turned my back to her and steeled myself.
西。
Was it just me, or is Misumi acting weird? How had he known it was me so quickly? All I said was Nishi. It was possible that she was just having me call somebody with a voice similar to his to fool me. The person with the Misumi-like voice was working for her, maybe, and trying to trick me. Maybe the demon girl knew that I didn't have Misumi's real number, and it had set this up from the start. I was starting to get suspicious of everything. I didn't know what was the truth and what was a lie. Assuming the demon girl was willing to put in the time and effort to set up a trap like that, what kind of trap was it, specifically? Wouldn't it be faster for her to just kill me here? Or was there some reason that I had to be deceived, even if it meant doing so in a really roundabout way? Wait, could it be some kind of trick Misumi was setting up? This girl was his girlfriend and not a classmate at all, but someone he had sent just to make fun of me. No, wait, not a chance. How would you explain the crucified murder then?
タク、なんか用か？お前から連絡してくるなんて珍しいこともあるもんだな。ま、俺としては野郎からの電話なんてあんま嬉しくねえんだけどな。
It certainly sounded like Misumi. The more I heard him talk, the less likely it seemed that the person I was talking to could be anybody but Misumi.
女の口説き方でも教えてもらいたいのか？なわけねえか。
I wasn't sure where to start. I could feel someone looking at me from behind me. The girl was staring at me. The prickling on the back of my neck was still there. What was the look on her face now? I wanted to look back, see. I was too scared.
用がねえなら切るぞ。お前の無言電話に付き合ってるほど暇じゃねえんだ。今、女と一緒だからよ。だからなんだよ。用があるなら早く言って。
その、
なんだよ。早く言えって。
うちのクラス。
まあ、うちのクラスがどうした？
いる
何が？
女子。
あ？
先畑って名前の。
I was stammering really badly. I finally managed to explain to him. He suddenly fell silent. There was no answer. I could still hear the bustle of the crowd, so he hadn't hung up. Why wasn't he answering? I heard a massive sigh. Gaming brain. Some studies have shown that when a person plays video games, the amount of beta waves their brain emits drops precipitously. The idea of gaming brain, or games causing brain damage, assumes that prolonged exposure to this state can harm emotional control and reasoning ability. This theory was widely reported by the media and was for a time considered a serious social problem. However, there are questions about the reliability of the methods used to make these brainwave readings, and some have called the theory into doubt. What was he talking about? And anyway, it wasn't true that video games damaged your brain. Why? I couldn't grasp what this Misumi-like person was saying. The demon girl and I had been in the same class the whole time. The three of us went to see a movie the other day. When was the other day? Not a single one of the words coming through the phone felt real. How could they? None of the things he was describing existed in my memories. I couldn't accept that they had ever happened. What was this Misumi-like person was telling me wasn't true? It wasn't real. If something really happened, you remembered it.
君は誰だ？
おいおい、マジでおかしくなったか？俺のことまで忘れたわけか？ゲームやりすぎ。
I couldn't take any more, so I hung up the phone. I suddenly realized that I was having trouble breathing. The sweat coming off my brow showed no signs of stopping. If anything, it was getting worse. I could feel it dripping off me and landing on the ground below.
たく、汗びっしょりだよ。
The demon girl looked genuinely worried as she handed me a handkerchief. It was a cute red one with no pattern on it. The handkerchief had a slight floral scent. I didn't take it. Instead, I turned to get straight in my head what was going on. It didn't work, though. I just started getting suspicious of everything.
で、大臣はなんて？
She gave a slightly disappointed sigh as she put away the handkerchief. Then she took on a victor's smile. It was as if she had known the answer from the start. I didn't have the strength to answer her. Who was this woman? Just my classmate? Or a monster? I didn't know. Maybe I was just crazy. Thinking back to my chat with Shogun, I couldn't be sure that somebody wasn't controlling my body. Maybe there was some kind of accident that took my memories of this Rimi Sakihara girl away from me, left my other memories intact. What the hell was wrong with me? Amnesia? Sleepwalking? Something else?
大丈夫？体辛いならソファーで横になる？
The demon girl spoke kind words to me. I needed to be especially careful around anyone who said kind words to me. Anybody who would be nice to a creepy otaku like me definitely had some kind of ulterior motive. I shook my head no, then forced myself to look up. The sweat got in my eyes and made my vision blurry. Her face was closer than I thought it would be. What color were her eyes?
なんで
何何？
ここにいる？
ああ、ごめんね、勝手に入っちゃって。でもノックしてたんだよ。タクは全然出てきてくれないし、中でものすごい音が聞こえてくるしで、結構ハラハラして
Stay
たんだ
moist,
から。
my friends. Hydrate.
なんで
今度は何？
ここにいる？
I didn't mean why were you able to get inside? What was she even doing here? If she came here to kill me, why wasn't she doing anything?
ああ、ここに来た理由？ね。
Her hand went to her bag. She took out a handout.
はい。進路希望のプリント持ってきてあげたの。
I took it from her. It said post-graduation plans with 3 blocks below for first preference, second preference, and third preference. Was that really it? Was that the only reason?
帰ってよ。
I didn't want anything to do with her. It was a terrible idea to get involved with 3D girls. This was some kind of trap. Don't listen to her. This isn't real. This is a video game. A really buggy game. Look at all these weird plot contradictions. It doesn't make any sense as a story.
僕に関わらないでよ。
If you're not here to kill me, then just go away. I'm me, not somebody else. Maybe some other me was friends with Rimi Sakihara, but that had nothing to do with the real me. I put my head in my hands and closed my heart to the outside world. I shivered, trying to imagine a delusion where the girl named Rimi Sakihara wasn't in my room. I soon heard the sound of the door opening, which told me that the demon girl had left. The only light in the dark room was the pale blue glow of the monitor. It was a screensaver featuring Seira, a character from Bloodtoon the animation. Rimi Sakihara had been here in this container house just half a day ago. Now its only occupant was its owner, Takumi Nishijo. It was getting close to 5. Takumi's daily life revolved around playing video games until dawn, then passing out on the sofa. Right now he was curled up in a cramped position on the sofa. He didn't sleep on the bed. He had one. He didn't sleep in it because it was piled too high with CDs, manga volumes. At first he had just been too lazy to clean it off, then at some point it began to function as a storage shelf. Ever since then he had been sleeping on the 2-person sofa. An awful moan slipped from Takumi's lips. His body was soaked with sweat. His eyelids were twitching. He might have been having a nightmare. His expression warped with pain. He kept tossing, turning as he lay there, almost falling off. Suddenly, his eyes opened wide. He stared at the ceiling. His eyes were bloodshot. The eyeballs themselves seemed to be twitching a little. He stood up without blinking even once. staggered over to his PC. He didn't sit down. Instead, he moved the mouse while standing up. The screensaver on his monitor disappeared, was replaced by his desktop. His expression, illuminated by the pale light of the monitor, was vacant, empty. His body trembled, shook from side to side. Drool pooled, fell from his mouth. He looked exactly like the typical sleepwalker. He opened up his internet browser in a trance, went to the page for @Chan. His movements were slow, uneven. There was no hesitation in his hands as he went directly for the news board's new gen threads. There were almost 60 in all. Takumi opened every single one. His gaze was locked on the screen. He was typing on the keyboard without looking down at it. He typed a message into each of the 60 threads. The messages he typed were short ones. The same message was posted in every thread. The next day I headed to the hospital. Last time I hadn't been able to get the assurance I wanted. Today I was going to make them tell me I was sane. I was going to have the doctor remember me. I was going to tell him that I was his patient until 4 years ago. Then I was going to have him listen to everything I had to say. I wasn't the crazy one. It was a demon girl, Misumi. I knew that's what he would tell me. This hospital opened at 8, earlier than a lot of them. That's why I had decided to come right on time, only to find the lobby sofas packed with old people. How? How could there be this many people here when it had just opened? Had they all cheated and got here before it opened somehow? That's not fair. I was angry. I didn't have any choice but to wait. It was after an hour of waiting that I realized I should have made an appointment. Very shortly after, they called me by name. I was relieved to see that I wouldn't have to wait as long as last time. The doctor waiting for me in the exam room wasn't Takashina, a white-haired old man I had never seen before.
高階先生は
The nurse standing behind him, Hazuki, I think, answered apologetically.
高階先生はもういません。
Isn't here.
もういないというか、過労がたたって先週末に倒れてしまわれてね。今週はそれでずっと休みだよ。
My one ally. Wait, was it really overwork that had made him collapse?
陰謀だ。悪魔女の陰謀だ。
西条さん
She must have poisoned his food, sent him a threatening letter to stress him out. It was the demon girl's doing. She was trying to isolate me. I had no intention of letting anybody but Takashina talk to me. Instead of getting an exam, I fled from the hospital. I leaned up against the fence on the roof, looked up at the sky. Shibuya sky was an ugly color.
病院にはもう行かない方がいい。
The demon girl's net was closing in on me. Maybe there was nowhere for me to run. Maybe that detective I had met yesterday was actually a fake, working for her. Maybe she had used him to test me. I mean, the timing was just too good to be a coincidence. She had showed up in my room right after the two of them had approached me. She was a demon, after all. She wasn't human. She could easily control somebody's mind. I didn't have any proof of this. Of course, I also didn't have any proof that she wasn't a demon. I just had to assume the worst if I was going to survive. Wasn't there anybody on my side? Everybody felt like my enemy. Everybody felt like they were working for the demon girl.
助けて。誰か助けてよ。
Why didn't I have anybody on my side? Why was no one helping me? Why did this have to happen to me? I felt so lonely. I wanted something to support me, someone to protect me, something to protect me. Anything, anybody who could offer me help.
見つけて早く剣をそうすれば君は救われるわ
Suddenly I remembered those words.
剣。
If this was a video game, the plot would probably involve me being a hero who needed to find a legendary sword to defeat a demon king. Oddly enough, I had heard the word sword from 2 3D girls lately. There was still a chance that Fess was on my side. Girl B, Senna, I think, was likely on the side of the demon girl from the way she had acted, though. A sword.
剣だ。剣を手に入れるんだ。そうすれば。
I whispered to myself as if I was in a trance. I was willing to cling to any hope now, no matter how small. If I could just get the sword, I'd be released from this nightmare. I didn't know that for sure. I had to hope. I didn't believe Fess when she said it would bring me salvation. I didn't have any other options. I decided to just look into it, see what I found. I ran a search online. First, I checked to see if there were any anime where characters had swords like the one Fess Senna had. I didn't find any. I had mostly seen that coming. I always kept an eye on the upcoming anime. There were 30 or 40 each season, so it was pretty hard. I always watched the first episode of each series, then decided if I was going to continue it. Of course, I could watch anything that was on satellite TV using MewTube, so there was no way I could have missed one. I hadn't seen any anime with weird swords, especially ones with such a distinctive shape. I would have been sure to remember them if they had showed up. I didn't remember seeing anything like them at all. Unless, of course, I had been controlled by someone else when I watched the show. Next, I decided to search for the swords themselves, not anime.
くそ。ほとんどがゲームの攻略サイトじゃんか。
Some of the swords that came up in the results were ones I recognized well, like ESO's Shangri-La Edge. I wasn't getting anywhere. I needed to find that sword fast. I had a feeling that Senna Girl had said something more specific. What was it? Remember. Remember, or you'll be stuck in this nightmare forever.
答えろ見えるんだなディソードが
ディソード。
Right, the D sword. I searched for that word. And I got hits. A sword of negative darkness unleashed on the world called the D sword. A fictional weapon said to be created in the ancient ages of Europe by Gladiel, the king of wicked hearts. Oh shit, we're turning into a Kingdom Hearts over here. I hope Disney doesn't sue us. Made by feeding on humanity's negative emotions. They eventually came to devour the hearts of the Black Knights who took them. What makes them distinct from other sacred magical swords is that they are said to be just two, but these two links felt like the path that would save me. Desperately trying to calm my excitement, I decided to click on the top one first. Shit, it was down. Damn it. Why did it have to be a dead link? I needed to calm down. I just had to go back, click on the cached version. The page had an illustration. It was based off a description in an old text, supposedly. Kamaitachi phenomenon. An extremely rare phenomenon where what looked like blade cuts will suddenly appear on the skin. The Kamaitachi is a legendary wind monster located in the Koshinetsu region of Japan. The monster is said to look like a weasel with sharp sickle-like claws on both hands, which it uses to cut people, causing the aforementioned cuts to appear. The true cause of the phenomenon is not truly understood. What makes them distinct from other sacred or magical swords is that they are said to be invisible. An unarmed warrior would wave his hand. Just as in the tales of the Kamaitachi, their foe's arm would be cut clean from their body and fall to the ground without them so much as feeling it. There are many tales in the old legends of weapons like this which defy natural law. The D-swords themselves appear in several apocrypha ancient texts. The D-swords are considered to be another instance of the Kamaitachi phenomena. Kamaitachi are fictional creatures often depicted as monsters with sharp scythes on their forelegs. This is best understood as an attempt to depict them as the ancients imagined them. They are, in fact, creatures with little physical form, like wind spirits. Modern science has investigated the Kamaitachi phenomenon, and scientists now believe that it originated in a phenomenon seen in places with dry air, where a vacuum state is formed that can cut skin. So it's from some old legend. A fictional novel based on Eastern European legends of Gradiol. The King of Wicked Hearts. This 23-volume high fantasy series depicts the war between 7 Black Knights and Gradiol. Written by R.C.O. Zeigler, published between 1929 and 1951, and translated into several languages, commercially unsuccessful due to its complex writing style. All volumes are out of print in Japan, difficult to find. Why did it have to be such a minor weapon anyway? Why couldn't it be Excalibur, the blade of Kusanagi, something else big, famous? This wasn't the time to complain. Whether it was famous or not, if it was going to save me, I didn't care. I decided to look into it a bit more. I tried the second link on the search page. The phrase, "I bought a D-sword" stood out to me. Could you buy D-swords? I bought a sword, it's called a D-sword, I heard. I just love how freaking weird it is. Town Vanguard is my heart's oasis. These days you don't see many stores as weird as that place outside of Akihabara. The author was evidently a man, which meant it wasn't the demon girl or Senna. Akihabara's shops really aren't my style. It's either computer parts or porn with those guys. That's not me, you know? There used to be so many cool, weird places in Shibuya. Bet you can tell my age from me saying this. They all disappeared as time went on. They certainly didn't have the same writing style as Shogun. Either they were a different person entirely, the person writing the blog was deliberately disguising their writing style. Person inside, most often used to refer to the voice actor of a character in an anime or game. It can also be sometimes used to refer to the staff of a company or organization. The term is said to come from a line in a certain famous manga that goes, "There is no person inside." Does that come from a famous manga or does that come from The Wizard of Oz? I feel like that's the famous line from The Wizard of Oz. When The Wizard of Oz is acting all big and powerful, and they notice, hey, there's somebody behind the curtain. And he goes, "There's nobody inside the curtain." I feel like that was from The Wizard of Oz, but okay. Well, it was from a manga, apparently. Maybe. There was no way to tell from here, so I stopped reading. The store the page referred to, Talon Vanguard, was evidently in Shibuya. Those old shops were incredible. How incredible! They made Talon Vanguard look like a toy store for little kids. Anyway, enough about the past. Who came up with the name D-Sword anyway? It's pretty big and it looks like somebody put some time into designing it. The only reason it could have ended up in a place like Talon Vanguard is that the cashier, Yock Channy, likes that stuff. She even made a special corner for fantasy weapons a while ago. It's got stuff like fake-ass looking lightsabers, light up shurikens. Kind of a disappointment, honestly. I was hoping there would be something cooler. I didn't end up buying it, though. The store, it felt like too much of a coincidence. Maybe I was being paranoid. Maybe the reason I had run into two girls carrying these swords in Shibuya was that the place selling them was here. Weird things got popular with small subgroups of people here in Shibuya all the time, right? I searched for Town Vanguard. I couldn't find the store's page. I did find a page with a map, so I downloaded it. If they didn't have a public page, they probably didn't have an online store either. I searched for the Taboo auction site too. Didn't find anything. I would have to go to the store directly to see for myself. I didn't really want to leave the house.
剣は手に入れなくちゃ。手に入れないとダメなんだ。
At this point, it felt like the one good option I had for fighting off the demon girl. I didn't know what exactly I would do once I got the sword. I didn't have the courage to try to kill her with it, or anything. Something inside me made me think that if I got the sword, maybe I would feel just a little less afraid. That was it. The D-sword was like a good luck charm, something to keep me going. There was something strangely compelling about it. The store was somewhere near Cat Street, it looked like. Cat Street was a twisty street that ran alongside Meiji Street, the main connection between Shibuya and Harajuku. I had heard once that was originally a river that got filled in. There were a lot of theories as to why it was called Cat Street. Some said it was because there were a lot of strays there. Others said it was because the street was as narrow as a cat's forehead, a common expression in Japanese. Not that I cared either way. Cat Street was a good distance from here. It would take at least 15 to 20 minutes to get there. A bike would get me there faster, of course, but I didn't have one. I didn't want to go near the station, so I opted to go through Shoto and cut across Miyashita Park. I walked a little fast across the bridge over Meiji Street. I was finally here. I was in such a hurry that I was starting to get frustrated at how long it was taking. Cat Street was, compared to Center Street, much quieter, felt more like Harajuku than Shibuya. All the stores were selling Osair clothes, the kind I had never had any interest in. Dai, sheeple. Osair, Japanese net slang meaning hip or fashionable. I could tell I was out of place as I walked down the street. I got more and more upset. This was totally outside my usual territory. There were a lot more couples than there were in Center Street. I could tell they were all window shopping, trying to show off because they didn't actually have any money. Losers. I almost regretted coming. I choked those feelings down, told myself that I needed to get the sword. I walked as fast as I could, face glued to the map, trying to avoid making eye contact with the people around me as I headed to my destination. Talon Vanguard was down a narrow side street off Cat Street.
ここか。
One step down a side street and the whole place felt very different. The alley was narrow, cramped, dirty, much too small for a car to travel down. The buildings were all old, traditional wood houses, empty stores with their shutters pulled down. All the shutters had graffiti sprayed on them too. You see, even if Cat Street looked fancy with its luxury brand storefronts, that was all just fake. This dingy alley was the real Cat Street. Behind the facade, it was nothing but garbage, run-down old buildings. Of course, I didn't like the backside any more than the facade. I wasn't any more at home here than on the main street. I only had one home. ESO. Talon Vanguard turned out to be a smaller, gloomier shop than I had expected. I could tell why the blogger who had mentioned it had called it underground. There was a sign reading open. It certainly didn't seem busy. Going inside felt really hard. I was too much of a wimp to go into a fast food place all by myself. How could I go in such a creepy-looking place? I wanted to go home. No, I needed the sword. What was I supposed to do? I went back forth outside the shop for a while. There was absolutely no one else in the dark alley. I spent 30 minutes wandering around, trying to muster up the courage to go in, and not a single soul came by. Many times, I almost felt brave enough to go in, only to give up at the last second. But I couldn't give up and go home empty-handed. This was the only place I could get a D-sword. But my instincts weren't willing to let me go inside. I had a delusion where the shopkeeper came out to meet me. Of course, she was a cute maid, and she spoke to me in an anime voice. She knew exactly what I wanted, and offered me a D-sword with a friendly smile. Please, take this sword, master. I could be such a horn dog sometimes. Everything would be so much easier if that happened, I told myself. Maybe my wish was heard by someone, because a 3D girl did come out of the shop. Her outfit wasn't anything like I had expected, though. It was some kind of ethnic clothing. It looked really flashy. The girl herself seemed really gloomy. She had long hair done up in an afro, tied up in a bandana with a strange, eerie design on it. She said she had gotten sick of watching me wander around outside her store, so came out to check on me. My delusion hadn't become reality. Well, of course, that could never happen. Before I knew it, she had dragged me inside the store despite my reluctance. I hadn't even had time to say no. I had ended up inside. I had overcome the first hurdle, at least. What if this store was actually owned by the demon girl? The whole D-sword thing was a plot to lure me here. I could be killed at any minute. I looked around the dimly lit shop. There were no other customers. The air was stale. There was a thin haze. It smelled like a mix of cigarette smoke, and mold. 5 minutes in here and I would probably be ready to throw up. I could see what looked like merchandise, but I couldn't tell if it was for sale or not. It was all placed randomly throughout the store, and to tell the truth, it might have all been garbage. It certainly didn't have price tags on it. And I realized after I got inside that there were a lot of adult porn toys too. There were things you saw a lot in rape-style age games. I tried not to look at them. This place must have been some kind of adult knick-knack shop. Despite how eager she was to get me inside, once I was past the door, the woman quickly ignored me. She sat down on her stool next to the register, smoked a cigarette. This haze was at least partly her fault then. I hadn't even been inside for a whole minute. A combination of nervousness, embarrassment, as well as how sick I was feeling, was making me sweat hard. I wanted to get out of here as soon as possible. Time to find the D-sword, fast. I walked toward the back, looking at the shelves as I went. I quickly found the fantasy weapons corner that the blog I had read had talked about. This one part of the store stood out from the rest. There were several toys I lined up carefully in a display. The toys themselves all looked cheap. Actually, I realized they were mostly just different colored lightsabers. Some of them were so cheaply made that they were obviously fakes. I wasn't sure if they would even light up. The light-up shurikens that the blog had talked about were sold out, it seemed. That was kind of a surprise. There was one thing mixed in with the lightsabers that was very clearly different from the others. Just one look at it, and I recognized it as a D-sword. It was just like the one I had seen online. I picked it up. It was lighter than I had expected. What was it made out of? Soft plastic. There was no blade. The edge was smooth. I ran my finger across it, and of course, it didn't hurt at all. Compared to the ones that Cinna and Fess had, it didn't have any weight or a complex design, and certainly wasn't sharp. Maybe it was a fake. I was a little worried, but this was the only thing in the shop that could possibly be a D-sword. Did this even light up? The one Fess had been swinging around at the concert had some kind of a glass embedded in the blade, which had lit up with a pale light. It was really cool. But there was no glass on the one I was holding. Maybe I should just give up on buying it. This D-sword was such a piece of junk that I was ready to give up, even after coming all the way here. But
見つけて早く剣を。そうすれば君は救われる。
I remember Fess's words. Right, if I didn't buy it here, I wouldn't have any clue as to where to get another one. Maybe it just looked cheap. When it recognized its rightful owner, it would suddenly be transformed into something with incredible power. Maybe I just seen too much anime and manga. Cinna and Fess both had these swords that seemed to possess a strange strength. Maybe this sword would turn out to be the same. What should I do? As I stood there, uncertain, the clerk came up behind me. She grinned a gloomy smile, pointed at the D-sword. 10,000 yen, and I'll throw in a little bonus, she whispered. I was so stunned how cheap it was that I couldn't believe my ears. I had some decent savings built up for my RMT business. 10,000 yen was cheap enough that all I'd have to do was pass on buying a single figure. When I heard the price, and also that was the last one the store had, I bought it immediately. The bonus was a cheap bangle bracelet. Total garbage. The true nightmare began once I bought the sword. Town Vanguard didn't ship. You had to walk home with anything you bought. Even if it was a toy, the idea of carrying this huge sword across the middle of Shibuya was enough to quench any excitement I felt. I had already paid, though, and the clerk steadfastly refused to return my money. This was going to be incredibly humiliating. I had to walk down some of the most fashionable streets in Tokyo, holding a giant toy sword. Of course, the DQing couples and well-dressed ladies all chuckled at me as they walked by. Damn it. I wished they would all die. I headed home, delusions filling my mind of me swinging the sword wildly, murdering everyone in the street. I was finally home. I had started running once I had gotten close. I was out of breath by the time I got up to the base. The cold gazes of the people I had passed had really stung. I don't know how Senna had managed to endure this humiliation. It was something I could respect in a way. There was no way I could do it. Suddenly I heard a sound from the other side of the base. Was someone here? I froze, gasped. I remembered the smile I had seen on the face of the demon girl who had called herself Rimi. Maybe she had come back. This time, maybe she would come to kill me. What should I do? Run? I could sense the presence of someone in front of me. The setting sun cast someone's shadow on the ground. It was clearly the silhouette of a woman. I quickly raised my D-sword. Holding it in my hands like this, I realized what a piece of crap it really was. The one Senna had held had a strange power, intensity about it. Mine didn't seem to have anything like that. Maybe it was a fake after all. Could I really fight with this thing? Not a chance. Even if it was real, I still couldn't actually fight someone with it. Holding it in my hands, it felt weirdly heavy. Maybe I was holding it wrong. It didn't feel like something I could actually swing like a weapon. The shadow suddenly began to move. It was coming closer. I closed my eyes, thrusting the sword out in front of me at a random angle. Not that I expected to hurt anybody with it. I had a faint hope that the sword could maybe, just maybe, help me. Then, nothing happened. My foe didn't say a word. Maybe the D-sword had annihilated the demon girl with a single swing? If so, that would be incredible.
お兄、その剣何？
I opened my eyes. Instead of the demon girl, I saw Nanami. She was looking at me with contempt in her eyes. The tension drained from my body. I collapsed where I stood.
お前、脅かすなよ。
This was just awful. She was an awful sister. What kind of awful sister likes to entertain herself by scaring her brother? Who the hell did she think she was anyway? This was why 3D girls would always be inferior to 2D ones.
別に脅かしてないよ。いつもみたいにお兄の生存確認しに来てあげたんじゃん。なのにお兄いないんだもん。なんでナナが30分もお兄のこと心配しながら待ってなくちゃいけないわけ？ナナの貴重な時間が無駄に消えてっちゃったじゃん。お兄のバカ。
Worry. She was worried about me? I refused to be fooled by such an obvious lie.
で、どこ行ってたの？出かけるなんて珍しいじゃん。携帯にかけても繋がんないし。
I had left the phone in the base. I knew nobody would call me, so there was no point in taking it.
そもそも、その剣何なの？もしかして買ってきたの？
She was staring at the sword, looking a little confused.
あ、わかった。アニメのおもちゃかなんかでしょ？ほんと、お兄ってオタクさんだね。しかもこのおもちゃ、ちっとも似合ってないよ。 さっきだってへっぴり腰で構えちゃってて思い出したら笑えてきた。
I ignored Nanami, opened the padlock on my room, then tried to head inside.
ちょっと無視すんな。
帰れ。
You know I'm alive. Now go home. She was always making fun of me, did nothing but complain every time she came here. If she really hated it that much, then she should just leave. I certainly didn't want her here.
あのね、わざわざ様子見に来てあげてんだから、もっとありがたがってよ。せっかくお土産まで持ってきたのに。
She pouted at me.
お土産？
そう、お母さんが持ってけって。ほら。
She handed me some mandarin oranges, 10 or so in a red net bag. It wasn't a great present. I would eat mandarins if there were any laying around. They weren't exactly a favorite of mine.
というわけで、ナナもちょっと一服したいから一緒に食べてあげる。
帰れ。
もう、妹がお土産持ってきて、しかも一緒に食べてあげるって言ってるんだよ。もっと喜びなよ。
What was there to be happy about? Why would I want to eat oranges with my little sister anyway? She probably just wanted to eat some herself. She always was a big eater. She used to always eat my food too. We got in fights about it all the time. Nanami went inside the base, ignoring my protests. I had no choice but to follow.
お茶ある？あったかいのがいいな。
Of course not. I only drink soda. Nanami sat down on the sofa and took out an orange. I sighed, set the D sword up against my computer desk. I didn't need the bangle, so I tossed it into a corner.
あれ？それ何？
Nanami quickly picked it up off the floor.
へえ、かわいいバングルじゃん。これも買ってきたの？お兄にしてはいいセンス。
Cute. How? It was a cheap thing, probably not worth more than 500 yen. Nanami just had terrible taste. I ignored her and took a seat at my desk, grabbing an orange as I did
ね
so.
えねえ、なんでこれ捨てちゃうの？
だっていらないし。
じゃあさ、これナナにちょうだい。
はあ？
いいじゃん、どうせ捨てるならさ。たまにはお兄ちゃんらしく妹にプレゼントの一つでもしてよ。
It's not a present, it's just some junk you want.
勝手に持ってけば。
ほんと？やったー。
She was certainly easy to please. As soon as I gave the okay, she quickly put the bangle on her arm. Such a cheap little sister enjoying such a cheap gift.
お兄、どう？似合う？
全然。
あっそう。お兄のバーカ。
I gave her a present, right? So why was she treating me like this? What kind of little sister calls her brother a jerk? Where did she learn to do that? Go play 100 H games and learn how to behave properly.
バーカ。
She was smiling too. I was really getting angry.
これ気に入っちゃったからもう返さないもんね。っていうか、お兄からプレゼントもらうなんて初めてのような気がする。しょうがないから大事にしてあげるよ。
Whatever. Nobody asked you to. I didn't even buy it for you.
もう用は済んだんだから帰れ。僕は暇じゃないんだ。邪魔するな。
Suddenly she looked upset.
そんな言い方しなくてもいいじゃん。それにみかんまだ食べてないし、お茶もまだ出してもらってないよ。
おめえに飲ませるお茶はね。
She glared at me, shoulders heaving with rage. Eventually her eyes started to tear up.
わかったよ。そんなに邪魔なら帰る。
ああ、さっさと頼む。
お兄のバカ。お兄なんてみかんの皮で目つぶし食らって失明しちゃえ。あとバングルは返さないかんね。バカ。
Her high-pitched yell echoed through the room as she grabbed her bag, flew out the door with incredible speed. At last the storm was finally over. Every time I talked to Nanami, I felt exhausted. Why did she keep coming when she knew how much I didn't like it? Read the room.
ファーストメルトは期待以上の結果に終わりました。GE レートの上昇率は当初の予測からわずかな誤差があった程度です。
バイオリズムコントロールも順調なのかね。
Biorhythms, a graph which shows the cyclic changes in a person's physical, sensitive, and intellectual states. It's commonly said that on a day when people's biorhythms are high, they're in a good mood and able to focus and perform well. On days when they're low, the opposite occurs.
渋谷の GE レートは他のエリアと比べて高い値を持っていると同時に安定性についても特筆したものがあります。
それゆえに意図的に操作しやすいということか。そして渋谷にいる人々のバイオリズムを急激に引き上げることもまた。
実験結果についてはレポートをご参照ください。納得していただける成果を上げております。
貴様が成果を出すのは当然だ。そのために高い金と多くの人材を提供しているのだからな。
実効性については理解しているよ。この数ヶ月だけでも我が会の信者が数倍に膨れ上がっているからね。
それではプロジェクトノアは次の段階へと進ませます。よろしいですね。
コードサンプルの件はどうするのだ。すでに3人分は確保したとはいえ、目標数値には達しておらんではないか。
いかにも。数値達成のためには最低でも5人分はなければ厳しい。
サンプル保持者は集まりつつあります。あとは採取するのみ。
ならばその件は任せる。
信仰の救いあれ。くれぐれも慎重にことを進めるように。
はい、心得ております。
I think
そ
it...
ろそろ寝るか。
Okay. I bit back a yawn and looked over at my PC's block. It was showing 5 a.m. I had spent the whole night grinding in ESO and hadn't gotten the rare item I wanted. 8 hours of work and nothing. Well, it happened a lot. I looked over to the side of my computer desk. The D-sword I had bought yesterday was still there. It was close enough that I could grab it at any time. It hadn't glowed at all, for what it was worth. I was hoping that at some point it would transform into an awesome weapon, like the one Senna had. On the monitor, Grimm's avatar had just leveled up. My Nightheart was max level, so he wouldn't level up again. As I rubbed my tired eyes, I wondered if it was time to make a third character after Lieslot. I found myself thinking about experience points. They were something you saw a lot in video games, but the way I saw it, there were experience points in the real world too. When I had started ESO, I had been a completely clueless newbie, but now I was a Baselard's famous lightning-fast Nightheart, the game's ultimate warrior. So, for instance, was it possible that some of the person inside me's experience points had been reset somehow? Maybe that's why I had forgotten things I should have known. Maybe that's where the weird inconsistencies in my memories had come from, like with Shogun, or the demon girl. Before I had lost my experience points, I, that is, the person inside me, had used the nickname Shogun in chat. Maybe the demon girl, Rimi, had been a big part of my life too, and I wasn't a friendless otaku. No, that was going too far. But maybe before, I had had some kind of incredible power that would have let me fight the demon girl. I wondered if I was the only person who could come up with an idea like this. Not that it really seemed that strange to me. Humans could only ever judge things by standards they created for themselves. Did that mean it was possible that I, and not just me, but everybody else in the world, was wrong about everything? When I was little, I had gone to the dentist, and they had said to me, "You did a great job, not crying when it hurt so much." Back then, I had felt kind of proud for enduring the pain, like I had done something special. But looking back, they were probably judging how much pain I was in by looking at how bad the cavity was. But maybe the same level of pain was really bad for some people, and not so much for others. Maybe the way people felt things or sensed things was totally different. Take giving birth, for instance. I had seen a lot of people online, for instance, saying that women could handle the pain, but men couldn't. Or what about marathon runners? Maybe what made them special wasn't their stamina, but the way they could endure pain. Or maybe take S&M. People enjoyed receiving pain, and some people enjoyed giving it. Maybe everybody had different ways of experiencing their senses, and different levels that they could endure. Maybe the toothaches and headaches I sometimes had to put up with were a level of pain beyond what an ordinary person could handle. And if I could pass that pain to them somehow, they would die on the spot from shock. All this speculation left me with a selfish delusion that I was somehow special.
特殊な人間か。っていうか、何を大げさな。
I denied it, but I'm sure it was a delusion everybody shared. Every man wants to be the strongest in the world. Everybody wants to think they're special, chosen. They want to believe a dramatic future filled with adventures waiting for them, like on TV or in the movies. The desire to be a hero, I guess you could call it. It was childish, really. Of course, I had that same desire. Maybe it was my destiny in life to defeat the demon girl. Of course, if someone actually told me to do it, I would have several conditions. I would need cheat codes, obviously, like God mode, for one thing, or invincibility. I didn't want to be scared or get hurt. Cheat, a term from computer gaming, in its most literal form, to win at something by breaking the rules. In computer gaming, it refers to using tools or other methods to modify game data. Some games in recent years also include cheat modes by default. So-called cheat codes are another method of cheating. If I couldn't have that, in other words, if I had to do it right now, I would absolutely refuse. Which meant that if the person inside me's experience points had been reset, I might be at a big disadvantage. I was almost late today. Maybe staying up till dawn to play games before a school day was a mistake. I had to run to make it in time. When I arrived outside my classroom, I paused to catch my breath. I didn't want to do anything to attract attention from my classmates. Being late was a potentially fatal mistake. If any DQNs took an interest in me, my life was over. I slowly walked into the classroom. My head was pointed toward the ground. I avoided looking at anyone. Of course, I didn't give anyone a cheery good morning. I tried to make myself as invisible as possible as I headed for my seat. That was how I always did things. Like usual, I reached my seat without any issues and sat down. I quickly put my head down on the desk. Now I would be safe for the rest of homeroom. Or so I thought, until I was lightly tapped on the back.
ようタク、今週は3回も学校来てんじゃねえか。真面目だな。
Misumi again. I sighed, but it wouldn't be right to ignore him. I began to raise my head, and stopped. Was this Misumi? Really, Misumi? 2 days ago I had called him like the demon girl had told me to. But something had been very wrong. He had acted like the demon girl was in our class. That was impossible. Maybe the demon girl had brainwashed him, or maybe he had become someone else entirely.
おい、どうした？早くも爆睡モードか？
A loud electronic noise echoed through the classroom. I felt a slight vibration near my chest. It was my phone. Damn it. Why now of all times? What kind of idiot would call at a time like this? Why was it playing the ringtone when I'd set it to vibrate? Maybe I had messed up the settings.
鳴ってるぞ、タク。
I know that. Should I answer now? If I did, Misumi would know that I wasn't asleep. I didn't like answering the phone anyway. If I didn't answer, though, it would annoy the rest of the class. Having my phone's ringtone drown out the rest of the classroom was bad. I needed to stay invisible. This was really bad.
おーい、出ないのか？マジで寝てる？
Now I had missed my chance. I couldn't move. Suddenly the sound and vibration stopped. It must have gone to voicemail. I let out a sigh of relief, being careful not to let Misumi hear me. I was glad I had learned how to set up voicemail.
なあタク、相手は誰だ？まさか女か？この前一緒に帰ったあのメガネの子だろ。そうなんだろ？
Shut up. I'm already attracting too much attention because of the phone call. Please just leave me alone. Was Misumi always this annoying? He was always too friendly. He hadn't always been this annoying, right?
やめなよ。
That voice. It was coming from right next to Misumi.
そっとしておいてあげたら、大臣。なんだか疲れてるみたいだし。
She was in this classroom, acting like she belonged here.
どうせゲームのやりすぎだろ。お前、タクに甘すぎるぜ。
だって大臣は女の敵だし、そういう人には優しくしません。
She was talking like she belonged here. She was fitting in, like she belonged here. I was too scared to look up. I didn't want to admit that girl was here.
ま、別にお前に優しくしてもらわなくても、俺には優しくしてくれる女はたくさんいるんだよ。
だからそういう発言が良くないんだってば。彼女さんが聞いたら泣くよ。今の大臣の彼女が誰だかわかんないけど。ほら、チャイム鳴った。先生来るよ。
Had the demon girl really always been my classmate? No, that was impossible. She wasn't here 2 days ago. Misumi was the only one who had talked to me that day. and I hadn't come yesterday, and now she was here today. How had she wormed her way in? As the homeroom chime rang, everybody headed back to their seats. I fearfully looked up, trying to see as much as I could without moving my head. I wanted that voice to be a hallucination, and for that to happen I needed to prove she wasn't in this room. I didn't see her. I didn't see the girl. Maybe it was a hallucination. My seat was in the 5th row. There were 9 rows in all. She wasn't in the seats in front of me. Did that mean she was behind me? But I didn't look back. I couldn't do something that would attract so much attention. Damn it. This was so frustrating. Was she in the room or wasn't she? I didn't feel the prickling on my neck. Nobody was looking at me. I couldn't sense anybody's gaze. Was she here? Was she not here?
Stream
Which?
Elements said, "Stay moist, my friends. Hydrate."
I stared down at my desk, trying to see if I could sense her somehow. Then I heard the sound of the teacher coming into the room. I forgot their name. It was Sukaji or Sukada or something, I think. It was the phys ed teacher, and he was a huge meathead. But he didn't yell or do any physical punishment either. If anything, he was the kind of teacher who could take a joke. There was a mild murmur of surprise going up and down the classroom, but I was too busy thinking about the demon girl to worry about it. How the hell was I supposed to sense anybody? This wasn't a manga. Was I just stupid?
今日から転校生が入ることになった。
The teacher spoke in a whisper. So that's what the fuss was about.
ほら、折原、みんなに挨拶しろ。
I couldn't hear the transfer student's voice. Was she really here? I took a quick glance at the front of the room. Sure enough, there was a girl there. She was really tiny. She might have been smaller than Nanami. She looked kind of weak and timid in a moe sort of way. She was pretty cute for a 3D girl. Maybe. For some reason, there were tears in her eyes, and she was looking down. The class started to murmur louder as it became clear that the transfer student wasn't going to say a word. The teacher gave her a reassuring pat on the shoulder.
どうやら折原は緊張しているようだな。よし、挨拶はいい。みんな、この子は折原梢だ。仲良くしてやってくれ。折原、席は一番後ろだ。席についていいぞ。
The transfer student bowed silently and started to walk toward me. Her seat would be 4 rows behind me. I thought about pretending to follow her with my eyes as she walked, so I could look back and see who was there. But if I did, I would stand out a lot. Some DQN might see me and say, "Don't stare at the transfer student just because she's cute." Then they would try to beat me up. What should I do? Turn around or wait until homeroom ended? My head drooped as I squeezed my fists tightly. It was no good. I didn't have the courage. If I turned around and saw the girl.
この人似てる。
I could hear her speak. The transfer student passed by me. The next thing I knew, I was looking up. The transfer student stopped for just a single moment as she walked by my desk. But she didn't look toward me. She was holding what looked like a giant iron plate. I blinked, and it was gone. What was that? Was I seeing things?
同じクラスでよかった。
She quickly passed by my desk. Was she talking to me? Why was she suddenly talking to me? Like me? I'm glad we're in the same class. Had we even met before? No, I didn't remember her face at all. There was nothing in my past involving a long-forgotten childhood friend either. Nothing out of an H game. Maybe I was finally starting to get popular. Or was a transfer student with the demon girl? If so, the net was closing in even tighter. It would get harder and harder to run away. Homeroom came to an end as I tried to figure out the answers to the new doubts that were rising within my mind. There were 5 minutes until first period started. Maesumi was already on his way to the new girl's desk. He was evidently aiming to start hitting on her first day. My other classmates were all curious about her as well. The classroom was a lot noisier than usual. On the surface, it was a peaceful, ordinary day. But to me, it felt like I was in the middle of an enemy camp. My heart was pounding so hard and wouldn't calm down. My whole body felt tense, and it took a lot of courage just to move a single finger. I was fighting the impulse to turn around, with the knowledge that doing so was suicide.
タク、
My breathing almost stopped. My mind went blank. The voice was right behind me. She was here after all. She was right here.
具合悪そうだけど平気？
Run, run. I tried to, but my legs were shaking too much to stand. As I sat there frozen, the demon girl, Rimi Sakihara, came around to my front.
汗びっしょり。風邪でもひいたんじゃない？
Just like she had 2 days ago. She sounded worried about me. Just like she had 2 days ago. She offered me a floral-scented handkerchief. I didn't take it in. Instead, I wiped the sweat away with my hands.
なんて。
何？
I couldn't even look at her. I could hear in her voice that she was smiling, though.
ねえねえ、さっき何話してたの？
Rimi crouched down and put her hands on the desk, resting her hand on them to look at me. She was looking at my face again. I looked away as fast as I could. Damn it! Was she just not going to let me escape no matter what? My heart was about to burst from fear. Somebody, save me!
すっごく気になる。
What was she even talking about? Who was I talking to?
転校生。あの子がタクの机の横を通るときに小声でさ、ボソボソーっと。もしかしてあの子と知り合い？
Rimi was still smiling, but I was imagining it. Was I imagining it, or did her voice sound like she was interrogating me?
タクってリアルの女の子に興味ないんじゃなかったっけ？もしかして本当は興味あるの？
What do you care? Was she trying to find out my personal information so she could threaten me or something? No, I wasn't into 3D girls. That was something I always was clear about.
じゃあさ、私にも実は興味あったりする？
A freezing chill ran down my spine. More sweat was pouring down my forehead, even though I had just wiped it away. Was that a threat? Or was she telling me to join her? Or was she trying to act moe and seduce me so she could set me up in a trap? Alarm bells were going off in my mind. I couldn't say another word to the demon girl, or I was doomed. Ads just started on Twitch, so I'm going to take this advantage to go get some water real quick. Water obtained successfully. Moving onwards. I didn't even think about it. I just leapt out of my chair and ran out of the classroom, tripping over the other students. Hello, Avatar. Stop freaking out, please. Avatar, Avatar. I ran straight up the stairs of the school building onto the empty roof. The girl didn't seem to be following me. Still, I couldn't relax. I decided to crouch down, hide behind something. My knees were shaking. I was amazed I had managed to run like this. Maybe that was just a sign of how desperate I had been. I couldn't take any more of this reality. Even that D-sword I had bought turned out to be useless. I couldn't take it to school. It would stand out too much. I had let my guard down. When Misumi had told me that Rimi was our classmate 2 days ago, I had thought it was a lie or a delusion. She had really become a classmate. There was no sense in trying to figure out how she had done it. She was a demon after all. She could do things that humans couldn't. Maybe she brainwashed the class, even after all the teachers. I couldn't go to school. I couldn't go to the hospital. Yua had been at cafe, and Shogun had found me online. Her servants were getting closer and closer to me, and they were launching constant psychological attacks too. Maybe I would do better to just not leave the base. There were too many enemies outside in reality. They were constantly threatening my peaceful life. I looked up at the blue sky, where the white clouds were flying freely, blown by the wind. If only I could be one of those clouds. About 3 hours passed. I spent the whole time silently crouched on the ground. For now, nobody seemed to be following me. Only after that was I able to relax. The problem was, what did I do now? Somebody was sure to come here to eat something during lunch. Maybe my best option would be to run out of the school and back to the base during 4th period. It would screw up my schedule, but I didn't have anywhere near the courage I would need if I wanted to go back to class with the demon girl waiting. My bag was still there, but I would just have to forget about it. The only things in it were books anyway. My important stuff, like my wallet and key, were all in my uniform pocket. Right? I got worried and double-checked. Wallet, key, phone. They were all there. Only then did I remember that someone had called me earlier. It had really freaked me out when that happened. Not as much as when Rimi spoke to me, though.
一体誰だ
The only people who could possibly want to call me would be my family. It was most likely Nanami, right? She didn't care about whether she was bothering me or not. Who else would know that number? I also told it to those detectives. If it was them, maybe I should have picked up. We never did discuss exactly how they were going to send police officers to guard the base. The LCD display showed the number of the person who had called. It didn't look like it was Nanami. I noticed I had a voicemail too. Did I recognize that number from somewhere? I decided to check my call history. There were only 5 calls there. In other words, only 5 times had someone called me since I had bought my phone. 3 of them were from Nanami. What about the other 2? There was one from 5 days ago, and the one just now. Since her number wasn't in my contacts, it wasn't showing up as a name. They were both from the same number, 03X733X991. If they left a message, it must mean that they really wanted to talk to me. Who could it be? The police, most likely? It wasn't Misumi or the demon girl. Both of them were right in front of me when the phone rang. Who else could it be? Maybe Yua. But there was no way she could know my number, and there was nothing I had to say to her now anyway. The only way to find out was to listen to it. I looked around to make sure the demon girl wasn't anywhere nearby, and put the phone up to my ear.
こちらは留守番電話サービスセンターです。新しいメッセージは1件です。1件目、10月17日金曜日午前8時28分の伝言です。
なんぞこれ。
What I heard wasn't a voice. It was a melody I knew well. It seemed to be playing somewhere far off in the distance. The caller might have been standing near a traffic light. You heard that melody a lot at crosswalks to let the blind know the light had changed. The song was called Torients. A lot of people know the melody, but not many know the lyrics, probably. I knew them for what it's worth. I learned them in elementary school. I didn't remember them completely, but they went something like this. It sounded like the way back is beep, boop, beep, boop. It sounded like an ambulance or something. It was probably a coincidence, but still, it was creepy. Just after the melody cut off, I heard what sounded like a loud buzzer. The volume was so loud, I yanked the phone away from my ear.
なんだ
I fearfully put the phone back to my ear, but the message was over. What was that about? It felt like I had heard the earth rumbling at the end, too. That buzzer was totally different than the traffic signal. If it was that loud, they must have brought it right up to the phone.
いたずら
My heart was racing. Had I done something to piss somebody off? Who had even made this call? I had their number, so I could call back if I wanted to, but I didn't have the courage. There was nothing I could do about it. And anyway, I was still in the middle of something much worse happening to me. I put my phone in my pocket and left the school. watching my surroundings as carefully as I possibly could. Takumi Nishijo's alma mater, Kitazawa Elementary School No. 2, was 5 minutes away from a privately operated train station. Yasuji Ban had the idea of talking to his old teacher, but when he called the school, he found they had passed away. Instead, he opted to talk to the person he had spoke to on the phone, the current head teacher, a man named Kamio. He and his partner had come here to do just that. It was a Saturday, and the school was closed. Ban and Suwa were standing in front of the school building, looking at it. There was a very eye-catching picture drawn on its outer walls. Ban wasn't the artistic type, so it was beyond him what the thing might be. It looked like a spiral, but changed into 7 different colors from top to bottom, so it also felt kind of like a rainbow. Ban waved his fan as he stared at it. His partner, Suwa, pushed the call button on the gate. Ban suddenly looked around. It felt like somebody was watching him. It was an unpleasant, clingy sort of gaze.
俺ってそんなにかっこいいか?
He struck a little pose. He looked stylish and cool, he thought.
先輩、何変なポーズしてるんすか? 裏門の方に通用口があるんで、そっちに回ってくれって。
Ban gave up on his pose and sighed. He started to walk. It didn't take long to find the teacher's office. The back gate led to the school's rear entrance, and to turn off the hallway inside took you there. There were, of course, no children inside the school. It may have just been the shiny linoleum, but the air felt cooler than it did outside. There were 3 teachers in the teacher's office. One of them stood up and bowed as the detectives entered. His rapidly graying hair was parted, and he had a pleasant smile on his face. This was Kamio. Ban and Suwa brought out their IDs at almost precisely the same time, giving brief introductions before getting to the point. It was Suwa's job to do the talking.
ここの卒業生である西條匠くんについて教えていただきたいんですが。
彼のことは印象に残っています。私は担任ではなかったから詳しくとなると無理ですが、それでも構いませんか?
Suwa nodded and opened his notebook to start taking down a memo.
西條くんはどんな子だったんですか?
難しい子だと聞いていました。特殊だと。
特殊?
本来なら他の生徒に混ざって勉強するのはとても困難な、病気を患っていたらしく。
具体的には?
そこまで私が言ってしまっていいのかどうか。ご家族なり医師なりに聞いていただけますか?
Almost all the schools were like this these days. They didn't want any trouble. They would refuse to do anything that could result in an angry phone call from a parent. It made the cops' jobs a lot harder.
担任の先生はなんで亡くなったんです?
事故です。遠足の最中、乗っていたバスが陥没した道路に。
あ、自分それ知ってるっす。ニュースでやってたっすよね。
子供たちは怪我をしただけで、幸い命は助かったのですが、斉藤先生だけが犠牲になってしまい、なんともやりきれない思いです。
西條くんもその事故に巻き込まれた。
Kamio shook his head softly.
あの子は当日欠席していてバスには乗っていませんでした。
欠席の理由は？
病が悪化したと聞いたような覚えがありますが。
Okay, that is fucking creepy. What the hell? I just noticed, I don't know if it's been doing this the entire time or not, but my mouse on my screen that I'm seeing on my screen is not in the same place that the mouse is over here on the recording. Over here on the recording, you guys are seeing it as on the guy's lapel, right? On my main monitor where I'm playing the game, it's over near the blue thing behind his ear. That's creepy. What the hell? I take it off and bring... No. Oh, what the hell? That is I just took the mouse off the thing. It is not... My mouse is not syncing up on the recording. That is... What the hells? Has it been doing that the whole time and I just hadn't noticed? Why would it do that? Ban vaguely remembered the incident too. He had seen the media standing outside the house of the one boy who hadn't been injured for days on end, trying to get an interview. The boy had never shown himself, however.
あれは悲しい事故だったんですよ。
西条くんも。
For some reason, Kamio repeatedly seemed to put emphasis on the word accident. Having a quick chat with Grim before diving into ESO was becoming a daily routine of mine. We never talked about anything specific. We would swap information about the latest at-chan threads, or talk about naughty stuff, or our latest favorite manga, or the anime we had seen the other day. Stuff like that. Oddly enough, we didn't talk much about ESO. We would do more than enough ESO chat when we were playing after this. Okay, like for real, is that just her outfit in the anime? Or is he just leaving her pants off? Like what the hell? I mean that can't be the outfit in the anime, right? He's just permanently leaving her pants off? Man, this guy's creepy. Have you heard anything about weird planks lately? KWSK. Short for Kuwashiku, or Give Me the Details, used by 2000s era netizens when they wanted more information on something. It was just something I heard. I don't know if it's really something people are doing. But like, they play weird noises on your cell phone. Do they say naughty things with a moe voice? What kind of age game is that? I mean, if that was it, I would love to get pranked. So what kind of whose eyes are those is it? Grim kept using that phrase. Instantly I felt sick. The sentence didn't even make sense. Was the phrase funny enough that he had to force it in everywhere? I didn't think so, at least. If anything, it was stupid. But I couldn't start an argument until I had asked him about the prank. I decided to just put up with it for now. Like the sound of some nasty otaku jerking it? That would be awful. Actually, it's Torians. Torians? That's a song, right? The one they play on crosswalks. Yes. And then it suddenly changes into this bzz noise. It's really, really loud. You ever heard of a prank like that? I mean, it sounds like something Atchanners would do. That strange noise that had been left on my phone yesterday. I didn't know who was behind it, and it was pretty unnerving, so I decided to try and ask Grim. If it was just a prank, I could forget about it. Why wasn't Grim responding? Hello? You fall asleep. There was no answer. It was rare for Grim to pass out on me during a chat. It had never happened before, actually. But if it happened, it happened. I would see him later in ESO, and I could talk to him then, just when I was about to get up out of my seat. Back. I ran a search on Atchan about that prank you're talking about. Oh, was that what he was up to? But that would mean that even Grim didn't know about it, and he usually knew everything. Nobody was talking about it, though, not just on Atchan, but on the rest of the internet. So it must be somebody who had a personal grudge against me then. I was starting to get really curious about who it could be, but I didn't have the courage to call them back. I suddenly had an idea. If I knew the phone number, I could have somebody else call it for me. Maybe Nanami or Misumi. Those would be the two safest bets. No, Misumi was brainwashed by the demon girl. He wasn't a good choice. Nanami was my little sister, so it would be easy to ask her. She would get really mad later, probably, but that wasn't my problem. It was the least she could do after all the bullshit she put me through. I said thanks to Grim and ended the chat, promising to meet up with him later in ESO. My stomach was starting to rumble. I was hungry. Did I have any instant ramen somewhere? I looked, but didn't find any. I would have no choice but to go to the convenience store. The sun had already set. I would have preferred not to be out at night if I could avoid it. Lately, only bad things happened at night. I headed to the convenience store, my feet moving faster than they usually did. It was Saturday, so normally I would have seen a bunch of people on the street. Today, it was empty. All the stores that would usually be open were closed. It was kind of strange. Maybe I had forgotten what time it was. I had thought it was 7 p.m., but maybe it was actually 2 a.m. or something. Nah, no way. Still, it was way too quiet. You couldn't hear any of the noises you usually heard in the city. The town felt different somehow. I made it to the convenience store in front of Shinsen Station. Even the area around the station was completely devoid of people. I was starting to get more than a little scared. When something you expect to be there suddenly vanishes, it makes you feel like you've been sucked into some strange other world. Normally, I avoided any interaction with other people, but today I longed to see somebody's face. I ran into the convenience store. There should at least be a cashier here, I thought. I looked around. There was nobody. No customers. No employees.
まさか。
That was impossible, right? The cashier just must be in the back. If I took my stuff up to the register, they would come out right away. I forced myself to take my time picking out a boxed meal from the refrigerated section. I even pretended to look at the manga magazines before finally putting my meal on the counter next to the cash register. Nobody came out from the back. I looked around. Still, nobody came out from the back. I took out my wallet and checked how much change I had on me. Nevertheless, nobody came out from the back. I picked up my box meal and made a little noise with it. Nobody came out from the back. I didn't have the courage to say anything, even if there was anybody here. Nobody here. Even so, nobody came out from the back. I thought about trying to leave without paying, but I decided I couldn't take any risks that might end up with me getting arrested. Well, to be fair, if nobody's there, I highly doubt you would get arrested, but then again, I don't know Japanese law, so I guess there's a chance, maybe? Regardless, nobody came out from the back. The cashier must just be taking the garbage out. Again, nobody came out from the back. Or maybe they're taking inventory or something. And yet, nobody came out from the back. I finally got so scared, I just put the thing back on the shelf and left. I came to the railway crossing right next to the station. I could see the Shinsen station platform clearly from there. There was no way a station platform could be empty. I told myself it was just impossible. But of course, there was nobody there. I decided to wait for a train to come. If a train stopped at the station, people would surely get off. And even if nobody did, I could see somebody in the train as it went past. I waited 10 minutes, and there was no sign of any train. I tried to tell myself that there might have been an accident or something that had thrown the schedule off, but there still wasn't a single person on the platform. Only then did I realize the seriousness of the situation. It didn't make sense. This wasn't right. I decided to head to Shibuya Station. There was always somebody there. I was sure of that. The area around Shibuya Station was always busy, 24 hours a day. I couldn't take the fear anymore, so I started to run. I ran as fast as I could. Even when I started running out of breath, I still didn't stop. I wasn't sure if I would ever run so hard in my entire life. As I ran, I wished this was all just some awful dream, but it wasn't. My heart and lungs were in so much pain, I thought they would explode. There was no way this pain could just be a dream. I was surprised at how intense my breathing was. But no matter how much air I took in, the pain didn't go away. I headed down Dokenzaka Hill and finally got within sight of the 107 building. By that point, my legs were barely moving. My body felt incredibly heavy. But I forced my legs to move forward. I didn't even have strength left to looking around me. My entire conscience was focused on getting me to Scramble Crossing, the symbol of Shibuya. Almost there. Just a bit more. I just had to make it past the 107. Then I would be in the busiest place in Japan, the place where everyone mixes together when they walk. The walk sign changes. That's why it's called scramble. Scramble. Empty. The whole of Scramble Crossing and Shibuya Street were empty. A world without sound, a world that was dead. The air around the crossing was always filled with a flood of sound, but today it was ruled by silence. All I could hear was the sound of my own panting. I fell to my knees in the middle of the wide road. I couldn't take another step. But more than that, the shock had drained all the strength from my body. There was nobody to my left or right, or my back or front, anywhere. It was the busiest time of the week, 7 on a Saturday. What was going on here? This couldn't be happening. I closed my eyes and put my hands up to my head. This was a dream, an illusion. It couldn't be real. Sure, I thought I had wanted to live a quiet life, all by myself. I didn't want to get caught up in anything or have anyone meddle in my plans. But that didn't mean I wanted to be the only person in the world. If there were no other people, who was going to pay my living expenses? If there were no other people, who was going to make the meals I got from the convenience store? If there were no other people, who was going to play ESO with me? If there were no other people. Sound. I heard a sound. It wasn't me. It was a sound someone else made. Someone was here. Someone else was close. I felt saved. It was just a random chance that the crossing looked empty. Nobody had actually disappeared. I hadn't been left alone in the world. I was almost ready to cry from sheer relief. I turned toward the sound. It was a boy in a wheelchair. He was silently sitting there, some distance from me, but still in the middle of the road. It was hard to figure out how old he was. If I just went off his height, I would have thought he was in elementary school. He had a hat pulled down over his eyes, making it hard to make out his face. But...
やっと会えたね。
The boy's voice was strangely clear. It was as if it was being whispered into my ear. I actually found myself turning around to check if someone was behind me. But, of course, nobody was.
これどうなってるんですか?
I asked him.
どうして誰もいないのか? 君は理由を知ってますか?
知ってるよ。
His voice sounded young, but not like a child's.
それより、僕のメッセージは受け取ってくれた?
Message? I didn't know what he was talking about.
誰だ? 君は?
His wheelchair advanced forward, wheels turning just a little. It must have been an old chair, because it made a rusty creaking sound as it went.
その目誰の目? でしょ?
I wasn't sure what to think. Why had this boy suddenly said, "Whose eyes are those?" to me right here, right now? Who was he?
目覚めるんだ。早く。でないと。もっとたくさんの人が 死んじゃうことになるから。
君は一体。
I rubbed my eyes, wiping away my tears. Only then could I finally see his face. The boy wasn't a boy. His face was wrinkly, like an old man. His cheeks were caved in. His eyes sank deep into his skull. The whites cloudy, and he had no eyebrows. Yet his body was as tiny as a child's.
僕は将軍だよ。
What the actual hell is going on around here, guys? For a moment, I forgot to breathe. My head felt like it had been hit by a hammer. The ground seemed to shake. No, it was my body that was shaking. I put a hand on the asphalt to support myself. What had he just said? Shogun. This was Shogun.
忘れないで。君は逃げちゃいけない。
I looked up and saw that Shogun had already turned away from me. His wheelchair was creaking as he slowly disappeared. It didn't even occur to me to try and follow him, or ask more questions, or to punch him in the face for getting me caught up in this. I wasn't any good at any of that stuff. My head was starting to hurt. I felt an aching in my temples. I stayed on the ground, trying to endure the pain. The silent world suddenly began to fill with static. Who was that voice? The static began to change into a voice. Somebody was putting their hand gently on my shoulder.
邪魔なんだっつうの。
何してんだろうね。
最近の若いもんは
なんかのパフォーマンスじゃないの？
タク。
I looked up, still reeling from the headache. The demon girl, Rimi, was leaning over me and looking down into my eyes. Her eyes were clear and filled with life. Those eyes stared at me, and only me. Again, once again, she had just shown up out of nowhere.
歩ける？歩いて。
She put her hands under my arms and tried to help me up. I screamed and pushed her away. Then I came to my senses and looked around. I was still in the middle of the road, but I wasn't alone anymore. There were people all around me, walking past me without the slightest bit of interest. Rimi seemed like she was about to cry as she looked at me.
今は私の言うことを聞いて。
夜だ！
I screamed, the aching in my head turning into a stabbing pain. I tried to fight through the pain and crawl away from her, to put as much distance between her and me as possible.
お前だろ！お前が見せたんだ！お前の妄想だ！僕の心を支配して精神攻撃を！この悪魔め！お前なんて剣で殺してやる！ベースに帰れば僕には理想。
I felt a sudden shock on my cheek. It stung and started to feel hot. Rimi had slapped me. This time she was going to kill me. I tried to crawl away as fast as I could, but Rimi easily grabbed my hand, She pulled me close with a strength it was hard to believe a girl could have. And held me tight. Her soft body pressed against me gently. It was so warm, and I could smell just the slightest hint of sweat. Her long, flowing hair tickled my nose. It was the last thing I expected her to say.
Stream Elements said, "Stay moist, my friends. Hydrate."
I could feel the strength leave my body. Her voice sounded a little sad. I couldn't tell if she was crying. I wasn't sure what to think. Wasn't she here to kill me? Why was she saving me? Wasn't that hallucination of people disappearing from Shibuya something she had forced me to see? Once I had felt this gentle warmth from her. Once she had held me in her innocent arms. How could I still be sure? How could I stop myself from thinking that maybe Rimi Sakihara wasn't a demon at all? Was I just a fool? Was I falling for her tricks? The one thing I could be sure of was that I felt so safe and peaceful in her arms. What was this strange feeling? Rimi let go and then put her hands up to my cheeks and looked me in the face. Her eyes were a little red. I nodded. We were standing in the middle of the now empty crosswalk. People on both sides of the road were staring at us as they waited for the light to change. I could hear laughter starting to bubble up from the crowd. The cars all had their headlights pointing at me and were starting to honk their horns. Rimi held my hand tightly and started to run toward the sidewalk. I followed along, letting her pull me forward. We managed to make it through the noise of the horns to the sidewalk. Rimi let out a sigh of relief and stopped. She was still holding my hand. Just touching her made me feel calmer and calmer. It made me want to give in to the feeling and stay like this forever. Rimi turned toward me. She looked so happy. I couldn't believe that the look on her face might be a lie or an act. But I had thought of her as my enemy for so long. I had thought of her as a demon. If I gave in, I would cease to be me. That's how it felt, at least. She let go.
それにしてもびっくりした。タクが道の真ん中でうずくまってるんだもん。信号が赤になった時はどうなることかと。
She sounded happy. I turned away. I started to push through the crowds and walk forward.
僕、帰る。
じゃあ送るよ。具合悪いんでしょ？
I could hear chasing after me, but I shook my head no. The cheerfulness in her voice had vanished. I felt really bad, since she had just saved me. So,
ありがとう。
I just barely managed to squeak out the words. I certainly didn't think that they would end up merging all three of the task forces into one. Yasuji Ban sighed bitterly to himself as he looked at the rows of detectives assembled in the Shibuya police station's large conference room. The Inokashira Line Shibuya Station bathroom murder. What the media had taken to calling the vampire had pushed the Shibuya police's available manpower to its absolute limits. And with 3 bizarre murders in the same district, it was looking more and more likely that a single culprit was responsible for all of them. Some officers had suggested leaving the Cornelius Tower suicides to the Youth Crimes Division, but the media was treating them as part of New Jin, and they would take a lot of flack if it seemed like they were leaving it out. It was only natural that HQ would decide to bring the task forces together into one big team. Right now, the new, bigger group was going back over each of the cases individually. There was a big screen at the front of the room, showing slides of the crime scenes. Suwa had been assigned to give the briefing on them. He and Ban had been up all night, frantically going through the case files for all 4 cases. Good luck, kid, Ban said to himself, resting his hand in his palm.
コーネリアスタワー集団投身自殺事件の発生は9月7日っす。です。ニュージェネとマスコミが故障している4つの事件の中では一番最初に発生してます。午後11時半ごろ、渋谷コーネリアスタワー屋上のヘリポートから男女5人が転落、全員死亡しました。5人は全員未成年の高校生、男が3人、女が2人。ただし5人のうち男女1人ずつだけが同じ学校なだけで、それ以外の3人はいずれも別の学校でした。5人それぞれの爪の間にわずかな肉片が残っており、手のひらに引っかき傷があったことが司法解剖で判明しました。そこから5人は互いに手をつないだ状態で転落したと推測されます。屋上には遺書らしきものはなし。被害者5人は学校帰りに待ち合わせてコーネリアスタワーへ向かったようです。なお、事件性があることを示す根拠としては、コーネリアスタワー屋上が関係者以外立ち入り禁止であったことが挙げられます。事件があった時間、屋上への扉は施錠されており、その扉のドアノブに被害者5人の指紋は付着してませんでした。また5人の遺品からも扉の鍵は見つかっていません。このことから被害者以外の第三者が事件前後にその現場にいた可能性があります。その第三者が扉の鍵を持っており、事件前あるいは事件後に鍵を閉めて立ち去ったという線で捜査を続けてます。コーネリアスタワーのホテル従業員全員への聞き取り調査は終了。ほぼ全員にアリバイがありました。今はタワーに入っている企業の社員に話を聞いているところです。被害者たち5人には今のところ自殺する理由は見つかっていません。家族、友人、学校の教師など5人中4人の関係者が口を揃えて自殺する理由などないと断言しています。
The slide changed, moving to the second case, the murder of the college kid, an unborn baby under the Shibuya station tracks.
続いて通称妊娠男事件についてですが、事件発生は9月19日、通称集団ダイブ事件から12日後。第一発見者は現場近くのカラオケ店店員、遺体発見は午前5時前後。被害者は渋谷区在住の大学3年生、近衛千鶴夫21歳。発見された時にはすでに死亡してました。死亡推定時刻は遺体発見の約4時間前、19日の午前1時頃です。遺体は腹部が不自然に大きく膨れ上がっており、中から胎児が発見されました。司法解剖の結果、被害者は生きたまま腹部を何者かに切開され、胃の中に胎児を入れられたようです。胎児はすでにその時点で亡くなっていたと思われます。被害者が死亡したのは腹部を縫合された後、 縫合した部分をかきむしったり、縫合糸を一部引きちぎった形跡が見られました。胎児は妊娠8ヶ月ぐらいの状態で、母親の体から帝王切開で取り上げられたと考えられます。胎児の母親については今のところ見つかってません。その生死についても不明です。 DNA 鑑定の結果、胎児と被害者には血縁関係はありませんでした。ちなみに胎児の血液型は B 型、被害者の血液型は A 型です。
Suwa paused to take a breath. Talking so much had tired him out, it looked like. Giving a presentation in front of this many older detectives was probably nerve-wracking too.
次に第3の事件、丸山町貼り付け殺人事件です。
There was a slight pause before Crucified slide came up.
これが現場写真です。事件発生は9月29日。被害者は太田久志56歳、都東大学教授。第一発見者は現場のすぐ近くのアパートに住む男性。被害者の死因は絞殺でした。殺害された後で10本程度の釘を使って貼り付けにされていました。見ての通り、遺体には外傷はほとんどありません。釘についても貼り付けは一部肉体を貫通しているものもありましたが、基本的には衣服を通して貼り付けられている状態です。マスコミでは貼り付け、血の惨劇などと謳われてますが、出血は全くなし。
Okay, hold up. When we came across the scene, wasn't there a whole bunch of blood? Like the girl, the demon that we called her, wasn't. I mean that could still be a hallucination, but
釘はドイツのクロイツナーゲル社が販売している特徴的な長い十字架のような杭です。犯人が十字架型をあえて選んだということから、宗教的な側面からも捜査を進めてます。事件の起きた21時から21時半の間に、現場周辺で壁に杭を打ち付ける音が数十分続いていたという証言が複数得られました。被害者の死亡推定時刻がほぼそれと同じ時間であることから、おそらく被害者は現場かそのすぐ近くで殺害されたと思われます。また信憑性は怪しいですが、事件現場で私立水明学園の女生徒を見たという証言も上がってます。最後に井の頭線渋谷駅トイレ殺人事件、通称ヴァンパイア事件です。事件発生は10月10日、遺体発見は午前5時半ごろ、駅員が発見しました。被害者の身元は今のところ不明。身元を示すような遺留品は一切ありませんでした。死亡推定時刻は前日の午前10時から午後6時の間。遺体の血液は全て抜かれており、まるでミイラのような状態で放置されていました。ご存知の通り、この写真が何者かによって撮影され、遺体発見より15分ほど前にインターネットのオークションに出品されており、
Van grimaced a little as he listened to the explanation. Was this the killer's way of saying that death had become fashion or something? Oh, that's chapter 3. We have finished chapter 3 now. Okay. Side City was a pair of buildings located just south of Shibuya Scramble Crossing. The east building was located next to Shibuya Station. There was a small plaza just inside the entrance, which was often used as a meeting spot even if it wasn't as famous as the Hachiko or Moyai statues. Moyai? Moyai. Moyai? A dozen or so people were in there now, waiting and playing with their phones. One of them was standing alone with a curiously stern expression on her face. She was a teenage girl named Sina Aoi. If you went down the escalator on the second floor of Sign City, the one that led away from the Inokashira Line station, you would see her there, leaning against a white pillar, watching her surroundings carefully. Despite her stern expression and the season, she was nibbling on a popsicle. It was kind of cute in a way. Of course, she wasn't waiting for anyone. She was quietly observing the people coming and going around her. From where she was standing, you could see all the way to the big TVs at Scramble Crossing. They were showing a promo for some famous singer. At the bottom of the screen was a scrolling line of text talking about the new Jin murders. Not a day went by when she didn't see something about new Jin. The TV, the papers, the net, the magazines, even the big TVs in the city. Senna wasn't interested in them at all, but walking through Shibuya, she would often hear people talking about the murders. Whose eyes are those? Lately, she had been seeing people wearing t-shirts with that question printed across their fronts. It had gotten its start as an underground meme in Shibuya, and now it was getting out of control. Somebody at a Harajuku gift shop had started selling t-shirts, and they had sold pretty well. At least that's what she had heard a smiling man say as he passed by her on the street. It was a good sign of how little people cared about anything but themselves. Senna gave a little snort of contempt before she ate the last bite of her popsicle. She closed her eyes, the stern expression still on her face. She listened to the noise of the city. On Sundays, the area around the station was filled with many different sounds. Trains rattling into the station, taxi horns, people talking as they walked, music from the big TVs and inside the shops at Sign City, announcements endlessly telling you how to safely ride an escalator. The sounds never stopped. As soon as one ended, another took its place. All the different sounds layered together into a dissonant jumble of static. Senna focused on the noise, directing her attention to the people's voices. Her brain shut out any other sound so she could hear the words clearly.
結局全部同じ犯人なのかな。
違うってニュースで言ってたぞ。手口が違いすぎるって。なんかっつうバンドの歌詞と一緒らしいじゃん。ファンタズムな。お前あのバンドこじつけて今時ファンタズム知らないなんてさ。じゃあ CD 貸せよ。くれてるよな。ほらこれ見てくれ。この前買って超ゲルにめてたんだ。結構来るじゃね。マジで来てるやつ初めて見た。でもあれじゃね。これってニュージェネの犯人に殺してくださいってアピールしてるようなもんじゃん。俺もいよいよ全国デビューか。
最近渋谷超怖くない？マジうざい。やる気でも入場何欲しいよな。そういうやつが殺される可能性あるじゃない？同じ女だし。キモい男とかだけ殺してほしいよね。私マジ応援する。
Senna let out a little grunt. She stopped listening almost immediately. The noise offered her nothing useful. In the end, the noise was just noise.
この視線の感覚、気のせいか。
Senna looked around one more time. For a while now, she had had this awful feeling, like a cold finger running down her spine. Someone's gaze was upon her, but she couldn't find out who it was. Senna stepped away from the pillar she had been leaning up against. And then, as if she had just remembered she was holding it, she stared down at the popsicle stick in her hand.
外れか。
She looked even more upset as she walked quickly towards the station.
あの空はどうしてあんなに泣きたくなるくらい青いのかな。
Because that's what I wished for.
私は望んでない。
I did. This is your mental world, but it's mine too.
ねえ、あの空はどこにあるの？
Anywhere, if you wish for it.
望んでいいの？
Sarah Tan was calling me. Yesterday's Bloodtoon was such a great episode. Sarah Tan had a lot of cool scenes, and there was also a sexy kiss. The animation quality was top notch too. Sarah Tan was calling me and being super moe about it too. I had no choice but to get up. I ripped off the covers and got off the sofa with a moan. When I hit the switch on the alarm, Sarah Tan's voice abruptly stopped.
Ohayo, Sarah.
My Sarah voice alarm was a treasure of mine. If you didn't flip the switch, the volume would get gradually louder and louder before switching to an intense buzzer sound. I wanted to start my morning waking up with Sarah Tan, which meant I always tried to flip the switch before the buzzer sounded. I had only ever failed twice. Waking up with Sarah Tan always put me in a great mood. Well, no. Actually, playing games all night and sleeping on the hard sofa made me feel like crap. But having Sarah Tan wake me up did make me a little bit of the pain go away. Today was a school day. I had missed a full day last week, and it was starting to throw off my schedule. I was supposed to only go twice this week, but thanks to that, I would have to go 3 times. I didn't want to go, but I had to. Any more skipping and I couldn't graduate. To be honest, even if I couldn't graduate, it wouldn't make that big of a difference for me. I had just had a dream about Remy. It was a strange dream. Somehow nostalgic, somehow lonely, somehow sad, and somehow incredibly distant. I wondered if she was coming to school today. I had spent a lot of time thinking about what happened 2 days ago. I had spent so much time thinking about it that it cut into my ESO time. I didn't think much about Shogun or the delusion of the empty Shibuya. They didn't seem all that important to me. All of it was most likely just a delusion of mine. It was hard to believe that Shogun could be an old man like that, and thinking back, the idea of every single person disappearing from Shibuya just seemed silly. It was a very realistic delusion, but I found myself embarrassed by how easily I had believed something so impossible could happen. What was more important was Remy, the girl I had called the demon girl until just a little bit ago. In that place where it felt like a strange floating dream, she had held me tight, and I could still remember the feeling of her body. If she hadn't done that, I might have gone crazy. Why had Remy saved me? Was it because we were friends? I didn't have any memories at all of us being classmates since our first year, or of going to see a movie with her and Misumi. but the way she treated me was the way you would treat a good friend. When she had held me tight, she had looked a little like she was about to cry. That, at least, didn't seem like an act she was putting on. I had never met a girl who would cry over a creepy otaku like me. After seeing it, the fear and suspicion I had felt had just blown away. In fact, I almost felt like I could fall in love with her, though I stopped myself from going that far. What I felt most was uncertainty. How should I face Rimi from here on out? Was she my friend or my enemy? Was she responsible for the New Gen murders? It was an undeniable fact that she had saved me, but it was also true that I had seen her covered in blood at the site of the crucified murderer. I stopped at Shoto Park on my way to school. Ever since the incident with Yua, I had quit my habit of eating breakfast here. The idea that Yua could be out there somewhere watching me made it impossible to enjoy my meal. And even worse, if she came to talk to me, I would have to listen to a bunch more delusional nonsense. I didn't have time to deal with her. Yua works for Rimi. That was my original idea, but it may have been wrong. That didn't mean that Yua wasn't an enemy, though. Maybe Shogun was the big boss and Yua was working for him. Whatever the case, it would be best if I stayed away from her. But today I had come here for some reason anyway. I looked around carefully to make sure Yua was nowhere to be seen. Then I slowly sat down on my bench. I took a bite out of the chalky pastry I had bought at the convenience store and looked out at the lake. There was barely any wind, and the water's surface was still and calm. Once in a while I could see what might be a carp moving through the cloudy water. There was nobody in the park today, which was rare. It was a very quiet space. As I looked around the park, I found myself thinking about Rimi again. To be honest, I had almost decided not to go to school today, just to avoid facing her again. That's why I had come here to the park to buy some time. It felt like I had said all kinds of awful things to her, but she had always smiled and been kind to me, and I was sure if I went to school again, she would come up to talk to me like she always had. She would pretend that what we had experienced in front of the 107 had never happened. She would smile and treat me like a friend. Part of her constantly cheerful nature did seem a little obnoxious, but it also felt like if I stayed with her, I might start to feel cheerful too. What should I say when I meet her? I didn't think of her as a demon anymore, but it was also true that I didn't think of her as a friend. Misumi had said that she and I had been friends and classmates for over a year and a half, but I had no memories of that at all. Maybe something had broken within me after all. But could my memories of Rimi disappear while everything else remained intact? Was that possible? I went into the school building, head pointed toward the ground as always. I did my usual thing of walking slowly on the side of the hallway while I headed for the stairs. My class was on the 3rd floor. It was kind of a pain to get there. I wish there was an escalator, actually. As I got up to the stairs, I saw a girl slowly staggering up them. She was dragging her right leg. Did she sprain it or something? Her tiny body was kind of wobbling as she walked. She looked like she might fall over at any minute. The other students were quickly passing by her while she went slowly up each step. From below, I could almost see her panties. Crap. If I didn't do something, I would look like a perv. Well, you are a pervert, my friend. You are a pervert. I didn't want anybody calling me a creep. I tried to quickly walk past her when the girl tripped on the stairs and staggered forward. And then she fell hard right on her face. Fortunately, she was standing on the landing where she had fallen, so she didn't end up rolling down the stairs. But she was just lying there on her knees, not moving. Was this the beginning of something romantic? Not a chance. Even if it was, I didn't have the courage to talk to her. I quickly slipped past her. Sorry, but get help from Misumi or somebody else who likes 3D girls. Don't expect anything from me. But the girl still wasn't moving, and I started to get a little worried. When I got halfway up the second set of stairs, I turned around to check on her. She was clinging to the railing and trying her hardest to stand up. Her knees were shaking like she was a newborn deer. There was blood on her knee. Maybe she had scraped it. I had seen her face somewhere before. Was she the one who had transferred into my class last week? What was her name again? I couldn't remember. And she was crying too. Did it hurt that badly? Sure, it was a bad fall, but it shouldn't have been enough to make her cry. Nobody else was trying to help her. She finally managed to just barely stand up, and then began to look down at her knee. She seemed to be checking how badly it was hurt. She wiped away her tears, then put down her bag and started to rummage through it. What was she trying to find? I wondered. She suddenly pulled something out of her bag and held it above her head like she had won a great victory. In her fingers she held a bandage. Our eyes met. She quickly flushed with embarrassment and looked down. Well, she seemed okay. She didn't need my help at least, right? I decided to just head to my classroom and leave her there. I kept my head down and my gaze glued to my feet, as always. I arrived at my seat wordlessly. Actually, hadn't that girl said something to me on the day she had transferred here? I had forgotten all about it with what had happened with Remy. But what had she meant?
Yo, Taku.
As always, Misumi said hello to me. Maybe he didn't have any friends besides me. That would explain why he only ever seemed to talk to me. At least.
聞いてくれよ。昨日さ、怪しいおっさん2人が校長室に入ってくのを見たんだ。で、俺とリミトでこっそり盗み聞きしてみたらびっくりしたぜ。その2人、刑事だったんだぜ。
え？
Detectives.
なんか深刻そうに全校生徒の名簿とか見ててよ。もしかしてニュージェネと関係あんのかな？
Maybe the new gen killer goes to our school. For some reason, I found myself thinking of Remy's face.
まあ、盗み聞きしてたら見事にバレちゃったんだけどね。
My body froze. Speak of the devil. I heard Remy's voice and my heart rate jumped. I couldn't look up. I was too nervous. It was a totally different type of nervousness than what I had felt last week, though.
あれはお前がドア勝手に開けたせいだぞ。分かってんのか？
しょうがないでしょ。本物の刑事さんって見るの初めてだったからちょっと興奮しちゃってつい。
何をどうやったらついドアを開けるんだよ。おかげで俺らまで 刑事から話を聞かれる羽目になったんだからな。
大臣ってば刑事さんに聞かれちゃまずいことでもあったの？
そういうお前はどうなんだ？
さあね。
The two of them were talking, one on each side of my desk. They were both totally ignoring me, but to be honest, I preferred it that way. If Remy talked to me, I wasn't sure I could answer back. I was hoping that the bell would ring, but when I looked over at the clock, I saw there were 5 more minutes until first bell.
そういやタク、ここに来る途中で梢ちゃん見なかったか
Kozui, who's that?
ああ、そっか。どうせお前のことだから覚えてねえとは思ったけど、マジでそうだったんだな。先週転校してきた子のことだよ。折原梢ちゃん。
So her name is Kozui Orihara.
階段で
階段？
見た。
お、そっか。じゃあもうすぐ来るな。
Misumi's voice was filled with eager anticipation. I hadn't seen him this alive since he had found out that Bess was the girl in the next class over a few days ago. I had never seen him excited about anything that didn't involve girls, actually. Come to think of it, hadn't he tried to hit on the transfer student on our first day too? It was kind of impressive actually, especially since he already had a girlfriend.
なあ、梢ちゃんってマジ可愛いと思わねえ？
I wasn't sure how to answer that. I gave him a vague nod. He seemed to take it as a yes.
太郎、俺一目で気に入っちまったよ。なんか守ってやりたくなるんだよな。男子みんなも同じ意見だよ。どいつも可愛いって言ってんだ。けどよ、女子の間じゃあんま評判良くねえんだよな。まだ転校してきたばっかだぜ。それなのに早くもうざいみたいな意見まで出てきてんだよ。このクラスの女子って性格悪いやつ多すぎだ。
それって大臣のせいじゃないの？だいたいそのうざいって言ったのどうせ大臣の彼女でしょ？
ああ、そうだけど。
そりゃあ彼女にしてみればうざいに決まってるよ。自分の彼氏が目の前で折原さんを口説きに行っちゃってたらさ。私でさえよく喧嘩売られるんだから、大輔君に近寄らないでって。しかも一人じゃなくて何人かから言われた。
マジ？
自覚なしか。少しは反省したら？
いやー、モテる男はつらいぜ。
これだよ、さすが女の敵。私フォローしてあげないからね。あ、折原さん来た。
なんか怪我してるみたいじゃね？
本当だ。どうしたんだろう。
It was from when she tripped on the staircase. Of course I didn't tell them that. For now, I wanted to minimize the amount of time I spent talking to Remy.
俺、ちょっと行ってくれ。
Misumi ran off toward the transfer student. Remy was now the only one standing next to me. Please, Misumi, don't leave me. Remy didn't say a thing, but she didn't make any move to leave either. I kept staring down at my desk, so I couldn't see the look on her face. I could only see her waist, but I could tell that she was facing me. She was looking at me. What should I say? Some kind of normal greeting? But I never said hello to anybody, which meant if I started here, it would seem really unnatural. Talk about the transfer student? But I never gossiped with Remy at all. So if I started now, it would seem really unnatural. Thank her for the other day? No. Should I apologize for being mean even after she had saved me? Ask her what she was doing there? Or ask her if she held me close because she liked me? Or maybe ask her what she was doing at scene of crucified? No, no way. None of those were things I could just bring up in casual conversation. Damn it. What was I supposed to do? The silence was making the pressure worse and worse. I needed to say something. It would be even more awkward to just sit here in silence. I knew both these things were true, but the words just didn't come. I hated dealing with the 3D world so much. How could anybody deal with this place if just trying to talk made you feel like you were choking? I needed to get home and have Saratan make me feel better. Remy finally spoke. My body shivered. I still couldn't look up.
おとといはあの後大丈夫だった？
Remy's voice dropped low. It felt like I could feel her breath faintly tickling my ear. I looked up to see her face was close, and she was whispering to me. Her body was close to mine. Her soft, warm body that had held me so close in the middle of the road. The sensation of her body filled my mind, and I couldn't think about anything else.
無事に帰れたかなって。結構心配した。
I nodded forcefully several times.
そっか。よかった。もうあんな危ないことしちゃダメだぞ。
That was all she said before she turned to go away. Suddenly I wanted to ask her. She had said whatever I had done was dangerous. What did she think I had been doing? From the fact that she hadn't brought them up, she might not know anything about the people disappearing from Shibuya or Shogun and his wheelchair. Did that mean they really were part of my delusion? I wanted to ask Remy that, but I didn't feel like I could raise my head and ask any more questions. Not today, anyway. I wasn't ready. I would ask next time I came to school. Yeah, that was it. I would take some time and think about everything I needed to ask.
あれ？ねえタク、折原さんがこっち来たよ。
The transfer student? Why would she be coming over here? Was she going to get mad at me for not helping her on the stairs? She didn't look like that type of girl. Maybe she wanted to talk to Remy, not me. The transfer student stopped right next to Remy. She wasn't saying anything. What was going on? With Remy here, I couldn't look up. The transfer student's feet seemed to be nervously fidgeting, but she didn't say anything.
折原さん、どうしたの？
For some reason, she put a single bandage down on the edge of my desk. It was a fancy one and had a weird character, Garo Froggy, on it.
Huh?
Was she giving me this? I wasn't sure how to react to that. This transfer student, Kozui Orihara, was a bit of an odd one. Was she crying? Why was she crying? Because I didn't say anything? But she didn't say anything either, right?
タクは怒ってるわけじゃないと思うよ。
Remy backed me up. It felt strange. I didn't know anything about Remy, but she knew all about me.
彼ってあんまり人と目を合わせようとしないの。引っ込み思案ってやつ。だからそんなにガチガチに緊張しなくてもね。私にも絆創膏くれるの？ありがとう。
The transfer student bowed and ran back to her own seat.
なんだかよくわかんないんだけど、タク、その絆創膏もらってあげるべきだと思う。
Why had she given it to me?
梢ちゃん、無口だよな。
I could sense Misumi coming back.
転校初日に俺が校内を案内したんだけどよ。
うわぁ、早くも手出したんだ。
まだ出してねえっつうの。んで、まあ1時間ぐらいかけてあちこち回ったんだけど、もう俺一人で延々と喋り続けたよ。あん時はさすがにちーっと疲れたぜ。しかもすぐ泣きべそかく。
そうそう、今も急に泣き出したから何が起きたかと思ってあたふたしちゃった。
そんだけピュアなんだよ。なあタク、お前ならわかるだろ。梢ちゃんの仕草一つ一つの可愛さってのがよ。お前流に言うなら萌えってやつだ。なんだ、クソでも我慢してんのか？
I shook my head as hard as I could.
タク、さっきからちっとも喋ってくれないんだ。
That's because you're here, Remy. I'm not ready to talk to you. I had never really talked to a female friend before. I had never even had a female friend.
でもさ、今折原さんと話してみてなんとなく思ったんだけど、彼女と話してるとなんだか疲れちゃいそうかもなんて。
女子ってのはマジで同性に対して容赦ねえな。ま、梢ちゃんは俺が守るからいいけどな。
ほんの数十秒前に大地も相手するの疲れたって言ってなかった？
うっせ。梢ちゃんはタクと同じ匂いがするぜ。ほっとけねえって感じ？
それはわかるかも。
The sound of the bell told me that all my classes for the day were finished. As soon as I heard it, I packed up all my stuff and headed out the door. I wanted to get the heck out of there as soon as possible, partially because of the awkward distance between me and Remy, but also I had something to pick up at Manga the Rake today. In the end, I was never able to say a word to Remy. I had several chances to talk to her, but I kept silent the whole day, just like I had done in the morning. Maybe that was mean. Maybe I had just made it even harder to talk to her next time. It felt like maybe I was only making things worse.
あ、お兄。
I heard an annoying girl calling out to me as I left the school building. Nanami ran up to me with a trash can in her arms. She seemed to be in the middle of taking out the garbage. Why did she have to bother me then? I tried to ignore her and leave, but as always, she refused to let me go. Nanami yanked on the hem of my blazer.
妹見て逃げるなって何度言えばわかるの？
なんだよ。
なんだよじゃないよ。お兄が逃げるからナナもつい追いかけちゃうんじゃん。
Don't run after me if you don't even have anything to talk about.
相変わらず家に電話かけてこないし、まあナナはもう諦めたけど、どうせお兄が真面目に連絡入れてくるとは思えないもんね。
Good. You understand. That's the kind of intellect I want to see in my little sister. Not that I need a 3D little sister at all.
というわけで、これからも定期的にナナがお兄の部屋に様子見に行くから。感謝してよね。
Crap. I should have known that was how this was going to end up. Won't somebody rid me of this obnoxious little sister? No. If that was impossible, I at least wanted to get back at her a little. I had wanted to get back at her for a long time, actually. Wait, I had an idea. I had a plan that I had been working on for a while. This was my chance to put it into practice. Maybe it would give me a little bit of vengeance. I looked around to make sure no one was watching, and then beckoned Nanami to follow me into the yard.
何？
ちょっと来てくれ。
なんで？なんかあるの？
Man, she was annoying. Can you just shut up and follow me?
ナナミに大事な頼みがある。
え？頼み？お兄が？なのに？
Her eyes were wide with shock.
珍しいじゃん。お兄が頼み事なんて。
とにかく黙ってついてこいって。
あ、ちょっと待ってよ。
There weren't that many people in the yard. At lunchtime it was filled with students eating lunch. Nobody but the gardening club would bother coming here after school, though.
で、頼みって？
She put her trash can down and looked at me with a smile.
条件はマクで汚りね。その条件飲んでくれるんなら、本当は嫌だけど、お兄の頼み聞いてあげる。
She was so annoying. I didn't think she would want me to pay a price for it, especially since I had already bought her MacDs. Well, whatever.
わかった。おごる。
え、本当？今日のお兄、いつもと違うね。
I was actually lying, though. Sorry for being a liar. I handed Nanami my cell phone. Then I asked her to call the number, the one that had prank called me.
着歴の番号にかける？相手は誰？
ネットの知り合い。
She looked at me suspiciously, so I came up with the most plausible sounding lie I could.
どうしてナナがかけるの？
かければわかる。
なんか企んでない？
Would you shut up? Just shut up and do what I tell you. If you can't do that, then leave. I don't need you for anything.
じゃあもうお前には頼まない。
I tried to take the phone back, but Nanami pulled her hand away from me.
あ、わかったってかけるよ。かければいいんでしょ？ほんとわがままなお兄だな。
You don't get to talk. I held back my anger and gulped as I waited for her to call the number. Nanami innocently put the phone up to her ear and waited for someone to answer. I could see the yellow bangle on her wrist as she held up the phone. That was the one I gave her, or more precisely, that she had taken from my room. She was wearing it to school. Did she like it that much? That cheap bangle I got for free? Nanami really did have terrible fashion sense. Maybe I was one to talk, though. No, that wasn't important right now. Who was going to answer the phone? Some scary DQN guy? I hoped it was just a prank and had nothing to do with Shogun or Yua.
もしもし
Someone seemed to have picked up. Nanami had spoken into the receiver. But she soon furrowed her brow. Then she offered the phone back to me.
鬼
なんだ
なんだじゃないよ。現在使われてませんって言ってるよ。
え
I took the phone and put it up to my ear, and what I heard
お
was,
かけになった電話番号は現在使われておりません。番号をご確認の上、もう一度おかけ直しください。
it was true. Maybe it really was just a prank then. Maybe whoever was behind it would just call a bunch of random numbers and prank them before ditching the phone and number they were using. That was a lot of work for a prank. Well, it wasn't my problem. Now that I knew the mysterious call was just a prank, I felt much safer.
ねえ、一体何なの？
もうお前用なし。
え？
I left Nanami behind and started to walk, but Nanami followed after me.
どういうことか説明してよ。
Shut up.
お前掃除中だろ。ゴミ箱置きっぱなしだぞ。
ね、でも説明聞いてないもん。
僕は帰る。
Nanami grabbed me, but I ignored her and started to quickly walk towards the school gate.
鬼、じゃあマクディおごる約束だからね。ちゃんと覚えといてよ。
知るか。
ちょっと嘘ついたの？
まあな。
Nanami came to a stop, pouting. But I kept walking.
鬼のバカ！
She screamed loud enough for everyone to hear. I looked back annoyed, and she was glaring at me, shoulders heaving with rage.
鬼なんて携帯の電磁波の影響で脳みそスカスカにされて死んじゃえ！
Well, it could be frying his brain. Something's wrong with it at any rate. Crap. Thanks to Nanami's yelling, I was starting to attract attention. I had to go unnoticed at school. What an obnoxious little sister. I headed for the gate at a jog, ignoring her. The best move at a time like this was to run. I could hear her screaming even outside the gate. There was an artist I liked called Higashi Matashima. Higashi Matashima was super famous, and his circle had huge lines at every event they attended. His new Blood Tune Dojin, which had come out in the summer, had sold out in an instant. I had wanted to go, but those events were always way too crowded for me. I had reluctantly given up. I had thought that I could just buy it from Manga Direct, but I had been naive. They had sold some copies there, but they were gone in minutes. The things were going for tens of thousands of yen above retail online too. Freaking net resellers. I hoped they would all just die. Reseller, someone who buys difficult to find merchandise and then resells it for a high price in online auctions. SRY, net slang for sorry, often used in phrases like SRYLOL. This phrase is never used when you're actually sorry, but to provoke or annoy someone. I had thought I would have to give up entirely, but on @Chan yesterday I had happened to see a post saying that Manga Darake had gotten a new shipment in. That's why I had come here right after school.
神様、奇跡を起こしたまえ。
I said a
Stream
silent prayer in
Elements
front of the shop
said, "Stay moist, my friends. Hydrate."
and headed inside. I searched the doujinshi corner as thoroughly as I could. I went back and forth again and again, searching and searching, but I couldn't find it. Was it sold out already? I glanced quickly at the register. The cashier was a girl. She wasn't very cute, but she looked friendly. Asking a cashier if they had something in stock was an extremely high-level technique, and one I had never used in my life. The reason was simple. I didn't have the courage, especially since Higashi Matsushim's new doujin was called Seirutan's Extreme Koskas. Not a chance. Excuse me, do you have any copies of Seirutan's Extreme Koskas? If I asked a female cashier that, I would look like a pervert. Yeah, not happening. In the end, I gave up and left. Or maybe I should head to @Cafe. As I walked along, uncertain of what to do, I caught a glimpse of a certain sword I recognized in the corner of my eye. Its distinctive shape, like it was split in two at the edges, was the same that girl B, that is, Sina, had been holding. I could see its tip peeking above the crowds of people walking down Center Street. It was coming toward me, so I quickly ran into a nearby arcade. I hid in the shadows and watched as Sina walked by. She was heading to the station at a fast pace, the same scary look on her face that she always had. It didn't seem like she had noticed me. That said, after experiencing for myself how embarrassing it was to carry a D-sword down the street, it was hard not to be impressed by her. Wasn't she embarrassed at all while carrying that? The cops had to have stopped her at least once, right? I was sure of it. Sina was getting further and further away from me. Where could you get a cool D-sword like the one she has? The one I had bought didn't glow and didn't look that cool. Honestly, I was pretty dissatisfied with it. Compared to mine, Sina's was incredibly cool. I had bought the D-sword as a good luck charm, mostly. I had been scared to death and was ready to cling to anything that might offer salvation. After what had happened with Remy, I felt a little better, but the situation hadn't really changed. Shogun, Yua, I still had a lot of enemies out there. That's why I wanted a stronger looking D-sword. Of course, part of it was just that I was an otaku, and we liked to collect things. And will you look at that, it is 1800, friends. Which means it is time to end unless somebody on Twitch redeems the redeem. So, let's check out our potential raid options. First on VStream, as usual. Although the odds of knowing somebody on VStream is a bit smaller. Discord. I keep hoping VStream will be bigger because it would be nice. No, I won't say that too loud. Okay, are you actually on for once? Oh my gosh, she is actually on for once. Okay, we know who we're rating on VStream. She is finally on for once, and she better not end anytime soon. I finally am going to get to raid her, yes. Here's the raid message on VStream. Okay, we'll go ahead and get that started. /meteorshower at, make sure I type her name right. But I don't think she's on, oh come on, I know I typed it right. I don't think she's on Twitch, so I can't do it on Twitch. Oh, okay, I was spelling it wrong. So we'll have to find someone on Twitch as well, but we'll at least get that started there. Okay, on Twitch, I think I know who I want to raid on Twitch. Haven't raided that one because I recently found them. So yeah, we'll raid them. Okay, here's the raid message on Twitch. Feel free to use it. Tomorrow we will be doing Star Wars. We will come back to Thank you for lurking, my friend. I'm glad you enjoyed. Tomorrow we'll be playing Star Wars. We'll be coming back to this next Monday. Okay, there and there.